think I saw Mr. Beard. Mr. Beard, come on up. Good afternoon. All our prosecutors disappeared. At least one of them. Thanks. Mr. Jeffries is up. Okay. Mr. Jeffries is up.
Yes, Judge.
I'm telling you, he is. Yes, he's here. We panicked this morning because there was, wait, we can't find him, but then he was found.
Yes, I was, and I had my able assistant. We're trying to find him to figure out where he was, but he's here.
Yeah, no, he is. He's up. He was found and he's ready to go. Is that your first witness?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get on the record in just a sec. All our jurors are here, so we're ready to go. Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Great. Say one thing. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record in State versus Beard. It is Wednesday, a little after 1 o'clock. All our jurors are here. We'll bring them in a moment. A few things to work through. I got an email, as did the defense attorneys, with some, I think, very helpful case law from Ms. Ocom about how to handle the state's request to be able to introduce some or all of the transcript of Mr. Beard's testimony in the previous proceeding. I haven't seen anything from the defense. We don't need to resolve it right now, but I'd love to hear if the defense did any research, had their appellate squad working on it, and if they have any thoughts about the state's project.
We've spoken between the parties, and what they intend to read, we do not.
Okay. And Ms. Ocom, tell me the format in which you do it.
Your Honor, I talked to, I went back to and talked to a couple of people in my unit as well, and I think the best way to do it, so we don't have a different person, is when Detective Neese is testifying right before he stops, I can read the questions and say we're reading from a prior court proceeding that happened where the defendant was being sworn under oath, and I'll say question, and you say answer.
And he would read from the transcript of the proceeding.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any objection, Ms. Feely? I think you're handling Demister, but I don't, you are. Any objection to having Detective Demeester being the crier. I think that's the term Ms. Okam used. Okay, all right, then that's how we'll do it. I reserve the right, if for some reason you have to stop early and the day has more hours in it and Demeester isn't available, that we turn to something like that to fill the time for the jurors. We couldn't do it last night because we hadn't worked through this, but it sounds like we have effectively worked through it. And so we'll go with your plan, assuming we don't run out of witnesses today or tomorrow at quitting time.
Yes.
Okay. So that takes care of that. We are probably going to need to have court on Monday. I need to work through that with the sheriff's office. It could be Saturday instead of Monday. There's nothing magic about Monday, but what's magic is I can't go very deep into Tuesday. And so we'll likely have another judge who is helping out. I'm much more comfortable if that other judge is charging the jury or taking a verdict or fielding questions from a jury, not so much working through testimony, not because my colleagues aren't much more able than I am to do it. It's just we've established a certain rhythm for the lawyers, for the jurors, et cetera. And I'd like to maintain that. I need to engage the sheriff to see what he is willing and able to support for, I call it after hours. It's not 8 p.m., but Saturday is after hours. Monday is after hours. I also recognize that Monday is a national holiday. And for some folks, it's a particularly significant holiday. And I don't want to impinge on that, which is why I'm floating two different options. Ultimately, the jurors will be deciding, assuming the sheriff says yes. He has the ultimate decision. But I'm happy to nudge it in one direction or the other if there is consensus among the four attorneys as to which we do. My vision would be that we would start kind of 10-ish my vision is we do Monday, but I'm not imposing that yet. And that we would start around 10, as in jurors get here 10. We have to work through the logistics of how to get in the building, et cetera. And if we haven't had our charge conference by then, we would do the charge conference 9 to 10. And then the jurors come in at 10 and we get rolling then. So unless something has radically changed and everyone thinks that all that will be left on Tuesday morning is closing arguments and charging the jury, we're going to need to grab some time on Saturday or Monday. So talk amongst yourselves, and at the next break, I'm going to need to extract from you it may not be a consensus. It may be actually four different, there are only two choices. So there shouldn't be four different opinions. And then I'm going to need to talk to the jurors about it because I don't want us to leave today without a sense of what we would like to do. And then I can work with Deputy Gordon on up the chain of command to see what they're able to support. I know it's doable because we have mock trials here where 15 courtrooms are being used, and that requires metal detectors to be running and people coming in, et cetera. And we'll be one courtroom. It's a very, very small footprint, but it's still a huge inconvenience for the sheriff's team. It will be for the jurors. And I could tell by Ms. Russell's eye rolling, it would be inconvenient for Ms. Russell. So we'll see. It is a day of service, and an amazing way to serve the public of the state of Georgia is to work on a case that is in trial.
I'll be here.
So we'll see. You guys talk about it, and then we'll talk with the jury. The only other thing I have on my list is I still need to get that order entered, finding that Mr. Beard's statement to law enforcement was freely and voluntarily given, and I'll take care of that. Ms. Okam, anything else before we bring the jury in?
Yes, Judge. I need to bring it up because Mr. Jeffries is in custody and we need to explain the dice game to the jurors. CeeLo, because I didn't understand it. I'm assuming some of the jurors don't understand it, to require throwing dice and betting money. But Mr. Jeffries is in custody. So I don't know, because I can't do it, that I would be a witness. I don't know how that's gonna work.
I'm confused. Why can't Mr. Jeffries verbally describe how CeeLo works?
Because the state would like for our presentation for them to actually see dice being thrown and where you put down the money and how you put money on top of it. Because visual.
Okay, I get it. So the problem is because Lil B declined to remember how the game worked. You need Mr. Jeffries to demonstrate how the game works. And he's in custody. Why is he in custody?
He's in prison.
Why is he in prison?
He's convicted of drugs.
Okay, it's not a violent offense.
An armed robbery, sorry.
It would be a crime of violence. Okay. I don't have an issue with it. Deputy Gordon needs to be comfortable with it. If we had at one brief point, Mr. Jeffries demonstrating how CeeLo works. You be able to manage that? Okay. I don't know what needs to be removed from him to do that, but it only needs to be removed at the time he's doing it. And then you can put back on everything that you've got on him. And the fact that he's in custody is not a secret. I mean, you can bring him out. We'll get the jurors out here first. Pardon me? Yeah, does he need two hands? Can he just have one hand to?
He can do it with one hand, I assume, is storing dice and putting down money, so.
All right, you got your Monopoly money. Yes, one hand, that's smart. So we'll just figure out what hand he is, left or right, and do it that way. Excellent, okay. Any other surprises? You're not gonna need him to like hold a gun or anything, okay. Ms. Feely, anything from the state? All right, I mean, from the, you could tell me what's from the state, anything from the defense? Okay, all right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
Judge, before he brings me in, I'm gonna have Mr. Jeffries already seated because he's coming from back there.
I gotta talk with him first, so they've seen it before.
Okay.
I'm assuming he's right. You're not gonna have to hop on an elevator to get him. He's on warm standby. Good.
It's straight up.
I guess you should probably know that if you're about to ask him questions. That's not a surprise.
All right, the jury. Judge Brennan.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You look, what do I call it, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Welcome back. Glad you're here. We had a productive drug court morning, and we are ready to continue with the presentation in State versus Beard. We are in the midst of the state's presentation. What's the blue ribbon for, Ms. Ocom?
It's human trafficking awareness for our office.
That's an office declaration, or is that like President Biden has said today is National Anti-Human Trafficking Day?
That is in Georgia.
It's Georgia.
So Governor Kemp, all right. So happy Blue Ribbon Day. Would you call your next witness, please?
State call says Jeffries.
All right, Mr. Jeffries, if we could bring him out. Good afternoon, Mr. Jeffries. If you'll come right over here, Deputy Gordon's gonna help get you situated. Actually, he's just gonna stand in the distance and a different deputy will get you situated.
Raise your hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, brother.
Yes, I do.
You and your statements, your name, for the record.
DERIC.
Mr. Jeffries, if you're comfortable with it, I'm gonna ask you to take your mask off while you testify so we can hear you better. And it may be that, and we'll coordinate with the deputies, we need to get you to move up. That chair does not have wheels, but you are about 4 miles from the microphone. And that's not your fault, but we just need to make sure people can hear you. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Ms. Ocon.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Jeffries. Can you tell us, you're currently incarcerated, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell us what you're in prison for?
armed robbery.
All right. Can you tell us where you grew up? What area did you grow up?
Greater Home,
And where is that?
downtown Atlanta.
Okay, can you tell me the area? Is it what streets areas around?
Ely Street, Towner Street, Decatur Street.
Okay. I'm gonna call out a couple of people and you tell me if you know them. Do you know anybody by the name of Deck?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how do you know Deck?
I'm from Greater Home. He grew up with my little brother.
So you older than him then?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
44,
And how old is your little brother?
37, 38.
So you're about a couple of years older than him?
Yes, I am.
Okay. How about Solo? Do you know anybody named Solo?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Solo?
I'm solo from Auburn Avenue.
Did you grow up together as well?
He came up in the hood after, a little after we did.
Okay. So when you say after, how old was Solo when he came by?
Probably approximately 30 years old, 32, 33 years old, I guess.
So how long did you know Solo?
For a few years, not long.
Not long. So he didn't live there. He didn't grow up, as you said, your brother grew up with Deck.
No.
Okay. How about Lil B? Do you know who Lil B is?
Yeah,
Okay. How do you know Lil B?
from the streets. Like,
Ah,
from
I'm
the
sorry.
streets, getting high and stuff
Okay.
like that.
How about Lee Bailey? Do you know him?
So I do.
Okay. How do you know Lee Bailey?
I debated from the streets.
Okay. So is that the street? Is that the same area, the Grady homes you're talking about?
Fourth Ward area.
Fourth Ward? And where encompasses Fourth Ward then?
Boulevard, Irving Street, Auburn Avenue, Edgewood, Hedges Street, Decatur Street, Dane Street.
Okay. So is Bell Street part of that as well?
Yes,
Okay.
Do you know a guy named Car Wash?
yes.
We met him yesterday.
So how do you know Car Wash?
Car wash from Auburn Avenue. He been living there forever.
Okay. Do you know anybody named St. Louis?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know St. Louis?
I know St. Louis from the hood.
Okay. And so Dexter Beard, you said he was your younger brother's age group?
Yeah.
Okay. So were you friends with him or was he friends with your younger brother?
We all cool. We all grew up. We all knew each other. I know his family. He know my family. They went to school together. You know,
So you're cool.
everybody know each other.
Okay.
From
How
the
about, I'm sorry?
From the same hood.
Okay. What about Deck and Solo? They know each other?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the relationship?
I never sensed a bad relationship from them.
So were they cool as well as you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody was in the hood.
Okay. And so when you say cool, there were no beefs, no fights,
No,
everybody just
No,
sort of knew each other, but you're not sort of friends. Is that what it is? Or were you friends?
well, we all were friends.
Okay.
We all stayed in the same hood together, hung around.
Okay. And the person you know as Deck, is that person present in court today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please point to him and tell me what he's wearing?
Wearing black shirt, white mask, red tie, pinkish reddish tie.
You want to let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
He has.
So I want to take you back to June 3rd, 2014. Do you remember that day?
I remember that day, but very vaguely.
Okay. Were you out there that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you see Deck that day?
Yes, I did.
You see CeeLo as well?
I did.
About what time did you see them?
Approximately 12:30, 1 o'clock at night, somewhere around in that area.
So that would be the early morning hours?
Yes.
And what were they doing?
They was out drinking,
Okay.
gambling.
All right. So let's talk about the drinking first. What were you all drinking?
Everybody was drinking shots.
Tell me about these shots. What kind of shots are these? Are they shots that you get in a glass?
No, they're the small bottle shots.
Okay. What type of shots were there?
Gin, Taco Vodka,
You know the names of the companies that were giving the shots?
Taco
Okay. Any other brand or just Taco?
Vodka.
Okay. Taco and vodka, that's it?
That's what they call
Okay. And how were you getting the shots?
them. We was buying them for $1 from people that were selling them out there on the street.
Okay. So you've told me that Deck is out there, CeeLo is out there, you're drinking and gambling. Who else is out there?
Lee Bailey was out there. Lil B was out there. Solo friend was out there. Outwet was out there.
Awet?
Yeah.
Do you know Awet?
Yeah, I know Outwet.
Is he from the same hood as well?
Not really.
Okay. And Awet, where's he from? Do you know?
Not really.
Okay. Go ahead. So Awet was there, Lil Bailey was there, Deck was there, CeeLo was there, you're there. Who else is there?
And it was a lot of people. It was quite.
Well, the people you know, you've given me 5 names. Did you know anybody else that was out there?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Can you give me their names, please?
Gangster with one arm. Guy named Gangster.
Okay.
There was numerous of us was out there.
Okay. Was Deck's brother Andre out there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So now we have Lil B, Gangsta, Awet, Deck, CeeLo, Dre, you. Who else did you know?
There was a few more people. It was more people out there, but I don't know them by the name like that.
Okay. Was Car Wash out there?
I can't recall.
Okay. Was St. Louis out there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So approximately how many people were out there sort of drinking and gambling?
Approximately about 13, 14 people was around that area.
Was Kiki out there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. How do you know Kiki?
I know Kiki from Auburn Avenue, Belter Town.
Okay. Do you know Kiki's real name or you just know him as Kiki?
I didn't know him as Kiki.
So all of the names have called. Do you know their government names or you just know the nicknames?
I didn't know the nickname.
Okay. So who was Kiki friends with?
Everybody.
Okay. So everybody sort of knew everybody because you all grew up in the area, except CeeLo, who sort of came later on.
So CeeLo will know everybody too. Everybody know everybody.
Got it.
It ain't nobody out there that CeeLo didn't know.
Okay. And so you said they were gambling. So who's gambling?
It was a lot. CeeLo, Key, Gangster, Dead. A few more people walked up in St. Louis. A few more people walked up and left. But
So is this a rolling gambling game? Sort of you come, you gamble, then you leave, and then people join?
yeah, yes, it is.
Okay. So what type of gambling game were they gambling?
They were gambling craps.
Okay. Is there a name for the craps? Does it have a name?
Yeah, one of the names was craps is CeeLo.
Okay.
One of them was CeeLo and one of them just regular craps.
Okay. So let's talk about CeeLo.
Are they the same game or is that CeeLo a variation of craps?
CeeLo is a variation of craps.
Okay.
So which one went, so they started with craps. So what does craps involve
Now,
when
they
you're playing
started,
craps?
it was started with zero. When I first walked.
Stop.
Please don't talk over each other.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Ms. Ocam, you need to wait till Mr. Jeffries is all done with his answer. I know you're ready to go somewhere, but wait till he's finished and then next question.
All right. So you were telling me about craps?
When I approached the scene, well, I seen 3 dice first, but I was back and forth because I was out there doing my little thing, getting high and doing my little thing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm moving around back and forth. So that was the first game that I seen was played. But later, after then, it was only 2 dice.
Okay. So let's start with 3 dice.
Yeah.
And 3 dice is 3 dice CeeLo?
Yes, that is, you know.
Okay. So explain 3 dice to me. How does that work?
You have 3 dice, and if you roll 1, 2, 3, ace, deuce, and 3, you lose. And if you roll 4, 5, 6, you win.
Okay. And is money involved in this gambling?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So how do you place bets?
You place bets like somebody hold a bank.
So what's the bank?
You have a bank where you have a lot of money, where you have just one pile of money just sitting, and then you place bets according to how much you want, how much the person that won the dice that's winning want to bet.
Okay. Is there a starting amount for the playing of the gambling?
Yes, it is.
For the money aspect?
Yes, how much ever they want to start with. Like if it's $600 in there, then somebody can step on it and put $600 and then $700 and they'll step on their bank.
What do you mean by step on it?
Like they put more money in.
Okay. Lauren, for me, for.
You want to do the demonstration?
Yes.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, Mr. Jeffries is going to get up and Ms. Ocam is going to ask him some questions about demonstrating how this worked. Ms. Feely, I'd ask you if you have questions just on this topic to, when Ms. Ocam is done, I'm going to let you pop in and ask any follow-up because we're not going to have Mr. Jeffries twice get up and do the demonstration, okay? And you're free to stand wherever you want during the demonstration. All right? When you're ready.
Where would you like?
3 dice. We give you some money. And if you explain how you throw the dice, what the numbers mean, and what happens with the money you have if you're betting and stepping on it.
I got my money already down. I got my money down like this already down.
Okay.
Like if somebody wants to walk over, so I want to step on that, they come over there and step on that, put their money down. If we shoot them, they want some bet. Once they step on it, then we all bet.
Okay. What do you mean by we all bet? What do I say for if I'm saying we're betting?
Like, okay, I got you like that. My 0.6.
Okay.
How did you get 6 out of that?
Your Honor, if the jurors they can't see what's going on, they could be allowed to stand, please.
They need to stay where they are. You can narrate what happened, but I saw like a bunch of 4s, which didn't add to 6 to me.
Yeah, you got double 5. When you have double 5, if you got a double 5 and 1.6, that's your number, won't be 6.
Okay, fair enough. So you got a 6. Was that a good roll?
Yeah.
So you win all the money.
Okay, like.
Go said.
He betting, she betting, and she betting. She got her $100 down, I got my $100 down, you got your $100 down.
Okay.
So I y'all to bet me, so y'all gonna bet $100 a piece.
So do we put the $100 on top of
Yeah,
the
y'all
bank?
now y'all putting the money in the bank, because the bank already had, the bank is set already.
Okay. So the bank is, so who has control of the bank?
I got control of the bank.
Okay. And then I bet 100, she bets 100,
Okay.
And
he
you-
bet, right.
and he bet 100 as well.
Okay, so
He's more like 50.
Okay, so I got 2 5s in the 4.
So do you have to have two of the same numbers
If
then?
I got two of the same numbers, that's my number right there, 4.
How do you keep rolling 2 5s? What dice are these?
So the number that is your bet is the number that's not the two numbers that are the same.
Exactly.
If I have 3 different numbers, so if I have a 4, a 5, and a 3, you still have 2 3s and a 1.
If I got 2 3s and a 1, the 1, if somebody roll 2 4s and a 5, they win because they won is the lowest number on the dice.
Okay, so then do we win? So there's $400 on, and I think that's.
You don't touch, you don't.
We never touch the bank?
I
Oh,
pay everybody.
To get shot.
okay.
I pay everybody to lose out of that. I mean, they win out of that.
So if I touch the bank, what happens?
I'm saying, you ain't got no business over there, but they my money.
Okay. So I can't touch it at any time?
Now you can take that inside.
Okay, all right, so if you got the 1 and I got the 4, so then, and we have 100, 200, well, we have $400 and that's the bank, right? Which I can't touch, how do I get paid for winning?
You get paid one of your money.
Yes,
I give you your money, I give you your money, I give you your money, I give you your money.
but they didn't win, I was the only one that drew the
I'm
4.
saying, I bet it all them. I'm saying, if I bet it all them and I lose, then
You have to
they
pay.
bet, I gotta pay everybody.
But you get it all. If you win, you get all those hundreds.
If I win, I get all the money and I put it in my bank. I don't wanna go to my bank balance.
And the game that was going on that night, or games that would typically go on there on Bell Street, are people putting down $100 at a time, or are they putting down a nickel at a time? I mean, I'm just curious the scope, because you can hear about these high rollers. Michael Jordan will bet $10,000 on something.
I'm gonna agree.
But what's typical out there?
60, 100.
Okay, so $100, people would be betting that on a single bet. Okay.
And so then do all of us roll the dice, or is it just because I was the one that got the 4? Everybody rolls the dice?
If I get the 1, if I make 1,
Okay,
then it's your turn to roll the dice, and whatever they may say, if it be a 2, your 4 be higher than her 2, then you win. If you roll a 4, 5, 6, you get everybody.
but nobody ever touches the bank.
Now, because they're my bank.
Okay, and so is the person that starts the game the owner of the bank? Or do all of us have banks?
They can still on.
Can I have my own bank on my side as well?
Yeah, that's your money. You can have your money where you want your money.
Okay, is all the money always on the ground?
I'm saying, when we gamble,
Yes.
and we bet,
Yes,
yeah, the money gonna be on the ground, it got to be on the ground, you got to be seen.
okay, now if that's the bank and I put 100 and I say, no, I don't want you to win, I'm gonna double it, right? And put 200 on top of it, can I do that? Or do you have to still roll the dice?
Still gotta go around.
Okay, if I have 100, I only have hundreds here, let's assume this is a 50 for purposes of this. Can I use my 50 and hide the 100 so you don't know there's 100 under it?
You can't do that.
Okay, and what happens if I do that?
It's gonna be a problem if you did that, because you had what's supposed to be shown.
Okay, and this is what's called CeeLo.
CeeLo.
Okay, and it's 2 dice the same way. Does it work the same way?
Nah, 2 guys don't work the same.
Okay, so let's try 2 dice since you understand once. Tell me how 2 dice works. I'm gonna take 1 dice.
Take away one of the green ones.
Oh, I did.
Good. It's always a 5.
2 dice work like, say we're gonna shoot 100, bet 100.
Okay, that's my 100.
Okay, just like that. I shoot it out. Like that. My number is 4.
Okay,
So 4 is my number. Then you shoot it, then you shoot the dice. And if you shoot the dice and you roll a 5,
okay,
you roll a 6. No, if you shoot the dice and your number is 6,
so that's 4-2, or I don't know, 5-1. My number is 6 then?
okay, like my number 4, I'm gonna shoot the dice. I'm gonna keep shooting the dice until I 7. If I make it 7, then I lose.
Why is it 7?
Because 7, they're just, you lose the 7 to dice.
So you're trying to roll a 4 again? And if you roll a 4 again, you win. But if you hit 7 before 4, you lose. Got it. What if you're number 7?
If we shoot 100, then 100, and I roll a 7, I win straight up.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
7 or 11 wins straight up the top.
Is there a bank in this one as well? Or we just hang on to our money?
Now we can't hang on to our money.
We
We pull our money every time we win. We pull our money to ourselves. My money can sit right here, long as I want my money to sit right here.
Okay, so all right,
I can
and
bet like this. I can bet off the line.
so every time you must see how much it is.
You gotta see everything.
And so if I'm hiding and putting lower bills or
No, you can't.
high bills,
It don't matter what you do in 2 dice because you see you know your bet regardless of what.
but in 3 dice is when we run
You
into
can't hide.
problems.
You can't hide that.
Okay,
Like you can't put your feet on top of the money like this.
okay.
Hide it.
What about the dice? Can I touch the dice?
As soon like if I'm shooting like that, you can catch them before they stop.
What does that mean?
Like if I'm shooting dice like this, and you catch them before they stop, then you stop me from seeing it on.
And is that a problem?
No, that's not a problem.
So why can I stop you from seeing the number?
Because you may not if I roll the 7, if I roll the 6, you don't want me to grab the dice and roll my 6 right back again. So I can win that fast. You might want to hold on to it. Oh, I don't feel right with you rolling it like that. I don't feel right with you going out like that. I might roll it. You might say, hold again. You do that.
And it's an understanding that everybody understands these rules,
Everyone understand the rules.
and if you don't follow the rules, there's a problem.
Saying. Like, yeah, you're gonna have a problem about your money.
Okay. Any questions?
Ms. Feely, do you have questions you want to ask?
Yes, Mr. Jeffries, about the bank situation, how does this game get started with the bank?
So if you're doing CeeLo,
Right. Who starts the bank?
The 2 people that got me.
Okay, and then more people can join because they're,
Yes.
okay. And when you said, who owns the bank? Who started the game?
Whoever put the most money in the bank on the bank.
Okay, is that person kind of running the show at
Yeah,
that
he
point?
wanted to show it, yeah.
And the putting down of the money, it has to be where everybody can see each bill.
Yes.
And however much you put in, that's how much you get paid out if you win each round.
Yes.
Okay, and so you can kind of come and go because the bank's
You
there.
move how you want to move.
What if the bank runs out?
But I don't think the bank gonna run out.
All right,
Because
thank-
somebody's gonna keep stepping on.
got it. Can you explain stepping on the bank?
Just add money to
Okay, and when somebody steps on it, then now
it.
it's
They
their
add more
bank.
money to
Okay, and so then they're the ones paying out the winners. Okay, thank you.
it.
Ms. Ocum, any follow-up
Yes.
just on this topic so we can get Mr. Jeffries back?
So if the bank, say I'm the bank, I started the bank and I run out of money. So you've taken all my money and it's all in the bank. Do I leave the bank there? So then who controls the bank after that?
Saying you lose all your money, you lost all your money, you ain't got no more money no more.
And so then the bank belongs to whoever is winning,
Yeah.
okay? And so that means I can be the starter and not be there when whoever the last person is there.
You just started. But there is no guarantee that you're gonna be there on the end of
Okay. Okay, thank you.
it.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. You can work your way back.
So back to you said you were going back and forth. There was CeeLo and then it was 2 dice. Who was heavily involved in who were the people gambling? Who was actually involved in the gambling aspect of it?
Solo one of the heavy ones.
What do you mean by heavy ones?
He was one of the ones rolling dice. Dick was rolling dice. Gangster was rolling dice. So St. Louis was shooting dice. Those are the ones that I can think about right now.
Okay.
I know.
Did anybody ever sort of run out of money and get out of the dice game, the gambling, and it became less amounts of people, or did people join?
Some joined, some left, but in the end, at the last of it, it kind of was Gangster, Solo, and that.
So it was Gangster, Solo, and Deck that were left gambling? Is that
ma'am.
yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long had this gambling game been going on?
Hours.
Is that typical?
Yes.
So once everybody starts, the alcohol involved, you just sort of gamble till you run out of money?
Normally,
Okay. So how much are we talking about? So there's a bank, there's money. How much are we talking about was down there?
it was the guess. Like a couple of thousand, a few $1,000s.
A few $1,000s. So are we talking 5? Are we talking 2?
$2,000, $3,000.
$2,000,
something like that. That was in it. It was like $2,000, $3,000 mixed around in.
Was it bills of 150, or were they sort of mixed bills?
Mixed bills.
And right in front of you, there's some photos. If you look at them, let's start with State's Exhibit. The diagram that you drew. State's Exhibit 125. Do you see that in front of you marked 125? It's in red ink.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is that?
That's a diagram of Auburn Avenue and Bell Street.
Did you draw that diagram?
Yes, I did.
Or how do you know you're the one that drew the diagram?
Because I know my handwriting and I signed it at the top.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 125 into evidence.
Any objection to 125?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Publish, please, Judge.
You may.
All right. Orient the jury, please. Mr. Jeffries, what are we looking at?
Looking at Auburn Avenue and Bell Street. We're looking at the, looking like around where the young game and the incident happened.
All right. So you did little diagrams, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So what is this?
Oh, that's the wall that the dice game was
And this street?
That's Bell Street.
And what is this street?
That's Auburn Avenue.
And what are these things that are over here?
Those are the cars, parked, they're right behind us, kind of parked behind us.
So the cars are parked adjacent to the sidewalk? Right by the sidewalk?
Yeah, right off the sidewalk,
Okay.
right off the curb.
And is the dice game going up against this wall?
That's it.
So you have people and you have names. Whose name is this?
Bailey.
It's right along this way. It's
Lee Bailey,
okay. And who is this person?
that's gangster.
And who's this?
Solo,
Who's this?
yeah,
And who's this?
right.
And who's Dre? He wasn't mentioned that he was present. Who's Dre?
Right at the brother dead.
Okay. So these were the people around.
It's more than it was kind of more than that too. So yeah, I went beside Solo,
Okay.
or Lee Bailey, right in between Lee Bailey and Solo. That was
Alex was right there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And who else?
That we had a little Bill around there.
All right.
Kiki was there, kind of on the right behind Solo.
Kiki was right here.
Yeah, kind of right there, yeah.
Okay.
remember right now.
All right. And at some point, do you remember if this gambling game got heated?
Yeah, it was a heated moment.
Okay, tell me about that. What happened?
It got pretty heated, man. Solo got real heated.
Okay, about what?
Just out the blue, he just started talking crazy, like, excuse why I expressed it, but these lame ass nigga thinking nigga wanna these lame ass nigga wanna rob me anyway. These fuck nigga. Put down, shit like that, stuff like that. You were like, put down the old line, put down nigga, broke ass nigga, y'all broke ass nigga around here. Stuff
Alright.
like that.
Was he directing it at anybody in particular?
It was in the air.
It was in the air?
Jim was in the air.
Okay. And did Dex say anything?
No,
He didn't speak at all?
no,
Okay. Did Dre say anything?
no.
Okay. Did anybody else say anything? So
He had the flow.
what do you mean by he
Solo
had the flow? What does that mean?
He was the comedian at the time. If I want to say it like that, he just because it was funny to me though. Yeah, he just had the flow.
Okay.
He was popping his thing. He was popping his stuff.
What does that mean? Popping his stuff.
He was talking big shit, rather.
So was he bragging?
Yeah, he was talking. Yeah,
Okay. And nobody else sort of reacted?
no reaction.
Did you get shot?
Yes, I did.
Where'd you get shot?
I got shot in my hand,
Where? Where on your hand?
on my pinky.
On your pinky?
Yeah,
At what point did you get shot?
I got shot after the shooting started.
At what side of you, States 125 were you when the shooting started? Were you on Dex side or were you on Solo's side? So were you on the left or were you on the right?
I was kind of still posted up right where I was, right where I say I was right now.
And did you see the shooting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell me about that. What did you see?
It was a bunch Solo talking a bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of stuff like that. And he was down on the ground. He was like down, like picking up the dice. When
Go ahead.
when he was talking and talking. Then I guess somebody said something to him. He came up and he putting a gun out.
Okay. And then what happened?
He fired a gun.
Okay.
And I had when he fired the gun, I like balled up like I was trying to cover my head because I was so close to him.
Okay. So let's walk through that story. So you said Solo was on the ground?
He was like bending over.
Okay. So was he, when you mean bending over, was he, I guess, stooping or was he just?
Like he was trying to like he was bending over to go get the dice.
So he was down.
His body, yeah, his body was bent over.
Okay. Was he facing the wall?
He was facing the wall.
Okay. So he's bending down and he's facing the wall. Does his hand actually get to the ground?
No, his hand to get to the ground and grab the dice.
How far did his hand get?
He didn't get that far before he started lifting up, grabbing for his gun.
Okay. And go ahead.
Because he was already screaming about these niggas want to rob me anyway. I feel like these niggas want to rob me anyway. These niggas want to do some of them, these lame ass niggas and all that right there. So I guess he felt some kind of gut feeling or something that was going on with him.
And nobody said anything to him?
No, nobody said anything about robbing or none of that.
All right. And did he complain about anybody cheating?
No.
Okay. So all he said was, these niggas want to rob me.
He was like, these niggas want to rob me anyway.
Okay. And so when he's stooping and bending, it's only his voice talking.
Yeah, he talking.
No, nobody else's voice around was speaking.
Not that I can remember.
So just to be clear, you weren't talking. You were not talking.
Nah, I was paying attention to everything that was going on, really.
Okay. Deck was not talking.
No,
Dre was not talking. I think you said Kiki was there too. Kiki
Yeah.
was not talking.
nah,
And Kev was not talking.
no.
Um,
No, everybody really just everybody back and forth. So you know it's gonna be conversing back and forth, but when nobody really heated arguments and nothing like that. But CeeLo was just really just telling everybody how he felt
Okay.
and what was going on with him.
And nobody caught an attitude for him calling everybody fuck nigger?
Somewhat, but not like that. Not no attitude to where it'll be any animosity or anything.
And who was he directing his ire to? So who was he saying all of these words to?
It was it was really in the air. Like I spoke before, it was in the air.
So when you mean in the air, explain that to me. Nobody in particular?
No, it was no one in particular that he was really speaking to.
And how long had he been doing this?
He had been doing it for a while because he had been winning for a minute. And he'll pop his stuff. He'll say his little thing he had to say. He'll be winning for a minute, and he'll be like, "Don't nobody move. Don't nobody motherfucker move. Y'all broke ass nigga don't move." And he'll slide his money to him, and talk his stuff, do all that right there. Put down, fuck nigga, put down, nigga, old broke ass nigga, put down and do all stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So
And everybody was okay with that.
really no, but really it's gambling.
Okay.
So come with that.
So when he was down, you said he came up with his gun?
Yeah,
Did you see the gun?
yeah.
Okay. And who was he directing it at?
He turned it toward our way. What me, Dre, and me, Dick, and Dre was standing there. Cause that's how I got shot in my hand by trying to cover my face up.
I thought you were on the other side of, according to that diagram, you were beside CeeLo on his.
Not on that diagram. I went beside CeeLo. I drew it kind of over that way because we was all kind of close a little bit. But I was Dick was on my right hand side. Dre was right beside Dick. I was standing like kind of in the middle right there. CeeLo was right there on my left. It's kind of been like that.
So I'm clear. You said the gambling game is going on in the middle right here, correct?
Yeah.
So that's CeeLo, that's Ked,
No,
that's Keon, I apologize.
See, like if you move Keon back a little bit, kind of CeeLo kind of up that way. Cause he's the man with the money that shooting the dice. I was just moving, so I was moving fast when I was writing.
So when you drew this is all wrong.
No, it's not all wrong, but you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I was moving fast.
So you're saying that Keon should be here and so.
No, CeeLo should be up some. Up toward my left a little bit.
And
He
when-
always been on my left. He always had been on my left.
Okay, so CeeLo had always been on your left,
Yeah,
so be
but-
your right, and CeeLo will be over here,
Yes.
okay? And so you're beside, you're on the left side of that,
Okay, see, I drew it like that because I was trying to show you who was there. And I was trying to explain to you from that wall right there, how everything was right. You see the two dice that circled up there?
yes. This would be the dice.
Yes, how could, I'm just showing you this picture. If CeeLo shooting dice, he's gonna be kind of closer up to the, he's kind of gonna be more up on the dice than that right there. He's gonna be up on the dice. I'm gonna be right behind him, kind of like a little bit.
So now you're
I-
behind
I'm
CeeLo,
saying, yes, because he can't shoot. How can he shoot the dice? I just draw it like that, explaining to you how it was going on right there.
okay? But when I asked you to draw the dice, I asked you to draw it, what happened right before the shoot,
And I draw it.
okay?
Okay. That's exactly how I draw it. It's like that. It's drawn like that. But I drew it kind of big, explaining the direction, how kind of big, explaining the direction. But if I can stand up right now, I can just show you exactly how it was.
So exactly how it was you're now saying is, CeeLo was here and you were here.
No, everybody is. I wish I.
So just tell me, so where's that? That is right there.
Push Solo up in front of me a little bit and pull me back a little bit.
So Solo is here now.
Yeah, pull me back a little bit. He always been on my side. I just written everything he did. That's all it is.
And so then Solo, you are behind Solo?
Yes, I always was on the side, kind of on the side of the game, on Deckman's side. I'm on the right side. See my name at, you see what Deck, the D head on Deck? I
Yes.
was kind of over that way right there, cause Solo had the floor.
Okay.
Solo had the floor gambling, so he always right there. I went right the other side, Solo. Gangster was right there, up toward, kind of close toward the wall. Lee Bailey was back on the other side, but B was over on the side by Lee Bailey.
Okay, so that means,
I can't be in front of Solo while he shooting the dice because I be in the way of the dice.
okay, so you're behind Solo,
Yes, I'm kind of to the side of Solo.
okay, but not on the side of Deck.
I'm not on Dick right, I'm not on Dick right side, I'm on Dick left hand side, kind of.
Behind Solo.
Yes,
No.
behind Solo. He's behind Solo.
Okay. Okay. And then you said, he gets up from bending down, he just gets up with his gun.
Yeah, he got up pulling, not with his gun, he got up pulling at his gun, pulling his gun. on
Okay,
his side, because I explained to you, if you can recall that his gun was on his right hand side.
okay.
I did explain that to you.
All right, so he gets up pulling his
Yes,
gun,
he gets
and then
up
what
pulling.
happens?
When he pulls his gun out, he fired. And when he fired, I jumped back and went around my head.
Okay,
And then the firing started.
all right. So when he fires, at what position was he when he fired?
He was kind of leaning over like after he pulled the gun out.
So did he shoot from
Because-
right around his hip area?
Nah, he had to lift up a little bit. No, he lifted up a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna
Because he
keep
pulled-
lifting.
Yeah. he
Right
pulled-
here.
He pulled his gun out.
Don't speak over the witness. When he's done, ask your next question.
He pulled from where?
He pulled from his waist. But he was turned sideways toward me, Dick, and Dre. Toward
Okay.
that way.
And at what angle, at what point was his weapon when he, how far up did he get when he fired?
He got up further enough to turn toward us to fire his gun for me to turn and try to duck the firing.
Okay, so his gun was right about abdomen level?
Probably around his rib, like around his rib, because I can probably around his rib, chest, middle ways of his chest. Like I could explain more if I can move around, but I can't move around right now. I'm in the handcuffs and everything. But when he pulled his gun, he spent around and shot.
Okay, and then what happens?
It was a warfare.
Okay.
It was a bunch of shooting.
And who was shooting?
After Solo started shooting, I guess shooting started coming from both areas.
I understand that, but do you know who was shooting is what I'm asking.
I heard Deck was shooting. That's what I heard.
I'm not asking what you heard. I'm asking what you saw. Did you see anybody shooting?
I didn't actually see him shoot, but I heard that he shot a gun.
Don't go into what other folks said.
No, I didn't actually.
Okay,
see
Ms.
him
Ocam's
shoot.
got you real focused. You did not see
No,
Mr. Beard shoot.
no.
Did you see anyone else shoot? You may have heard lots of gunfire. Did you
Yeah.
see anyone else shoot besides Solo?
No.
Okay, don't need to ask any more about that.
And when he was shooting, you said Solo shot. So his front was facing, his deck is on his other side. He's facing deck. Do you understand my question?
He started turning that way. Yes, it was kind of. But I went firing too.
So Awe was firing,
Yes.
and then you see, so back to my question. When he shot, he was facing deck.
Yes, he was turning toward our way. Yes,
So his front was to deck.
not 100%.
Was his back ever to deck?
Not after he pulled the gun.
So once he pulled the gun, he was always facing forward towards deck.
Yes, he was in motion, turning toward our way.
Okay. So by the time he finally got up, he was always front facing.
Yes,
And his back was never turned towards deck's area. So because deck was on his right, correct?
correct.
And the only person you saw shooting was CeeLo, and you believe Awet was also shooting.
Yes,
You saw Awet shooting.
I didn't actually see him. I think shots was coming from that way. Yeah, he had the gun out also.
Awet had his gun out also. What type of gun was it?
I can't tell exactly the gun, but it was somewhere around 40 caliber
Okay.
or something like that.
So Awet had a 40 caliber
Something
semi.
like that, a 9mm 40 caliber. It was in that range because it was shaped that way. But so many guns shaped so many different ways, you can't really tell what they are by just looking at them.
So Awet's gun was a 40, so it's a semi-automatic.
Yes.
And what about Deck's gun?
Oh no, I ain't seen no gun on deck hand.
What about CeeLo's gun?
It was shaped. They were shaped the same. It was shaped the same like our wet gun, and it had an extended clip.
So that's two guns. So that's two 40s, two semi-automatics.
Semi-automatic.
Okay. What other weapon did you see?
I ain't seen now another weapon.
How many shots did you hear?
Over 20 shots.
And was there a cadence? What I mean, was it boom? So we know, just like, according to you, CeeLo's first boom. Was it boom, 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 or was there a break?
It was a small break, but not too much. Because it sounded like a warfare. It sounded like you would be at war or something.
And did you see anybody on the deck side of it? So the right side, right from CeeLo. Did you see anybody on the deck side with a gun?
No,
Did you see anybody on the right side of it? So the deck side, where Deck, his brother Dre was anybody firing?
I didn't see anyone firing from that side.
And when the first shot, you said that came from CeeLo, what happened? Where did you end up?
I ended up back behind where the car. You see the cars at?
Yes.
I had no back after I had them turned around because I got hit in the midst of on the fire.
Hit on which
I got-
finger?
On my right pinky finger.
Okay.
I backed up toward like behind the cars. Got behind one of the cars until the shooting stopped.
And what happens after the shooting stops?
After the shooting stopped, I come back around and look on the sidewalk and everything, like 3 or 4 feet from the dice game by a telegram pole. I see CeeLo laying right there.
Let me point. Let me use your 125. So this is the dice game. This is the sidewalk. So this is where CeeLo started, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Where did he end up?
Like right up here, like somewhere around there, kind of back, kind of by the pole, like 4 or 5 feet away, 4 or 5 feet away from the dice game on the ground, pole.
And do you remember if he was face down or on the side? Do you remember any of that?
Yeah, his body was face down. His head was turned to the side.
And did you see BB that day? Do you know who BB is? Let me start with
Yeah, I
that.
know, BB.
Was BB there?
Yeah.
Where was she?
Is you talk? I don't know. I thought you were talking about Lil B, the guy who got shot with me. No, I don't know BB.
Do you know a female? Oh, female BB. Do you know who a female BB is?
Uh,
Do you know how CeeLo? Were you there when CeeLo got there?
no, he was already there when I got there, but I know where he was parked at and everything.
And where was CeeLo parked?
He was parked up close toward the restaurant. He was parked right there by the door, almost by the door of The Walk and Roll Chinese restaurant.
Did you see anybody in the car?
Yeah,
Who was in the car?
there was a girl in the car.
Had you seen the girl before?
No,
But she was just sitting in the car?
yeah,
Did she ever get out of the car?
never seen her get out.
Was she there the whole time he was gambling?
She was there.
Did you ever speak to her?
No,
Have you seen her before?
no.
Can you tell me, was she an African-American, white, Hispanic, other female that was in the car?
She was a pretty brown skinned girl.
Okay.
That wasn't one of the options, but
Oh.
that's an answer. That's okay.
She brown skinned.
All right.
She was a pretty brown skinned girl.
Okay. And the whole time she was sitting in the car.
She was in the car.
And now after you said you see where CeeLo was a few feet back from where the dice game was, where was Deck?
Back down, Fair Street. I ain't seen it. I seen him, he was running. He had and ran.
So this is the dice game,
Uh-huh. Back down that way, yeah.
right?
On back down a little bit more probably, yeah. Further back down that way.
Right here?
Yeah, we back that way.
Did you see Deck when you got there?
They was there when I got there. I walked up on them.
And did you know how he got there?
Who got there?
I'll rephrase that, sorry. Did you see Deck's vehicle?
No, I didn't.
Do you know Deck's vehicle?
Yes, I do.
What's Deck's vehicle?
It was white Bonneville, I think.
That a Pontiac?
Pontiac, yeah.
And after the shooting stopped, and you see where CeeLo is and where Deck is, tell me what happens after that.
After I seen it on, I looked down, I looked to my left, I looked to my right. There was a whole lot of money on the ground.
Okay,
I picked all the money up.
all right. And how much did you pick up?
I picked up like $3,200, something like that.
All right. What about, did you see, what happened to Awit?
Yeah, and I took out running too. Everybody ran.
What about CeeLo's gun? Did you see it?
I seen it on the ground,
Where was it on the ground?
right there by his hand.
And so you took the money and left the gun.
Yeah.
And then what happens after that? You take the money, what happens?
I go to the park, I walk to the park, 'cause I was shot, remember, I was shot in my hand also.
Okay,
So I walked to the park, made sure I ain't had no more gunshot wounds and all that. Wrapped my hand up with my t-shirt and I walked to the hospital.
and when you were at the hospital, did you talk to Detective Demeester?
I probably did. I don't remember talking to nobody.
I'm sorry?
I probably did, but I can't recall talking to anyone.
Did you tell all of the testimony you've said today about being here, about being there? Have you told anybody that?
Yeah,
Who did you tell?
we all. I talked to a lot of people because it was a hood talk.
Okay, so let me narrow that. When Detective Demeester talked to you, did you tell Detective Demeester that?
It probably changed a little bit because it was just then when it happened. It was fresh when it happened. Whenever I talked to him, it probably changed very, very little, but not much because it have been years and years since then.
Okay, you said you talked to Detective Demeester and very little has changed, so you told him that CeeLo shot?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, you also told Detective Demeester that you took the money?
I don't know if he asked me that, but if he asked me, I'm quite sure that I told him yes.
Did you also tell Detective Demeester that Awet was shooting?
I don't recall telling him that. I don't think so.
Did you tell Detective Demeester that you were by the game when your hand got shot?
Yes,
You told him that?
yes,
And so in the prior court proceeding, you remember coming to court on a different time?
excuse me?
Prior court proceeding, you came to court,
Yes,
okay? You raised your right hand.
yes,
You promised to tell the truth and nothing but the whole truth.
yes,
And you were on the oath the whole time?
yes.
Did you tell, when you were asked about the dice game, did you tell that person as well that CeeLo did the shooting? That CeeLo shot one time?
You showed a shot one time. I don't know about one time. I probably told him show solo shot though. Yes,
You said CeeLo had an extended clip in his 40?
yes.
And do you know how many rounds an extended clip holds?
More than 20.
More than 20? And did CeeLo empty out the extended clip? So did he go through all of the 20?
I don't know if he went through all of it or not, but I know he shot a lot of time.
Tell me about how many times did you say that CeeLo shot?
It was numerous.
More than 5?
Yeah. I
More
can
than
say
10?
Yes, I can say more than that.
More than 15?
Probably so, yeah. I can say that. It was a lot of time. I just can't.
About how many times would you say Alex shot as well?
I can't think about that because bullets were coming from both sides. You know, I was really trying to get away, but once I got behind the car, I watched everything. Cause you know, I was out there doing my thing, getting high and everything. So I'm waiting on the money. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Okay. And you said after, did you see any female come to help CeeLo?
I probably had I got that money left by then.
And where did you take the money with you to the hospital?
Yeah, I took the money to the hospital.
And can you tell me what type of bills there were, if you remember?
100, 50, 20, 10, 5, 1, all bill.
And when you went to the hospital, you said it was your finger that was shot, right?
Yes.
So you were still aware.
Yeah, I was aware.
So you knew what was going on.
Yeah, I knew what was going on.
Okay. And when you talked to Detective Demista, do you remember telling him that you were around the corner getting high so you don't know what happened?
No, I told him I was around the corner when I first heard the noise, when I first heard a lot of noise. I was in the hole right there by the rock and roll, you know, and they put rock and roll, and I said walk and roll. Walk and roll is the restaurant, and they said rock and roll or something like that. Exactly. I remember that.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Demista that they were arguing?
I remember telling him it was arguing, but I never specified who was arguing.
But I thought you just said the only person that was talking was CeeLo and nobody was paying him any attention.
I said, I just said I didn't specify who was arguing to him.
Okay, so now tell me who was arguing.
I already told you who was arguing. I told you that CeeLo was arguing and he had the floor.
Okay, but you said they were arguing. So it's not a they, it's just a single person that was arguing?
Yeah, right there, yeah, because I never heard nothing come back from Dexter's side because he saw him. He really quiet anyway. You don't do that anyway.
Do you remember telling Detective Demista that CeeLo was arguing with somebody, but you don't remember who he was arguing with? Because you weren't there, you could only just hear.
That's when I first went around.
First went around, which time?
When I came, I told you I was back and forth. When I explained myself, I told you I was back and forth. I know I said that.
Okay. So the thing about being around the corner and smoking, that never happened because you were right there when it happened.
Yeah, I was around the corner smoking before. I was around the corner getting high before anything. When I first heard the argument.
So you didn't tell.
When I first heard loud voice, that's when I came around the corner and stood right there. And that's when the game still was going on,
So CeeLo was fussing for a while
long time.
because he had the floor.
Yeah. He was popping his thing. Hey.
Your Honor, brief.
If I'm gambling and I'm winning, I'm gonna talk to John too.
Yes, ma'am.
If I could have just a brief second, please, Judge. All right, so back to the prior court proceeding that we're talking about. When you came here, you sat in the same seat, correct?
Right,
And the sheriff told you to raise your right hand,
right,
and you said you would tell the truth and nothing but the truth,
right.
okay? And you said you would tell them everything that happened?
I couldn't tell every single thing that happened because I'm back and forth. But I'm gonna tell you everything that happened from what my eyes seen at that point in time.
All right. Do you remember them asking you if you were there and you said that you were not there?
I don't remember that because I always had been there.
Okay. And when Detective Demesta was talking to you, did you know you were being recorded?
But,
Did you know that Detective Demesta was recording you?
no,
Okay, so he didn't tell you you were being recorded?
no,
So at the time when you said you weren't there, you didn't see anything, that was a lie?
I don't know.
Well,
Okay.
if that's what you told Demister, that would have been a lie. If you said, I didn't see anything. I'm not saying that's what you said, but if what you said to the detective was, I wasn't there, I didn't see anything, that's not true based on what you just told
You're
us.
exactly right.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm following, because you said, I don't know. And if you don't know what you told them, that's a different question.
I probably didn't feel comfortable talking right then.
I understand.
And what's your relationship with Solo?
I always been smooth with Solo. Solo ain't never done nothing to me.
What about Deck?
Smooth with that too. They ain't never done nothing to me.
So who's your friend? Is Solo your friend or is Deck your friend?
Hey man, I'm cool with both of them. Ain't no love off of nobody. Hey man, I love them the same.
Okay, Your Honor, a brief second, please. No further questions.
Ms. Feely, do you have questions beyond those you've already asked of Mr. Jeffries? It's a little congested up there.
Mr. Jeffrey, I'm going to ask you a few more questions about the gambling. I don't need you to demonstrate or anything, so I held them till now. There are no assigned seats in a gambling game. Is that fair?
That's fair.
You guys were moving around.
You're exactly right.
It's a fluid situation
Yes,
and it's fast paced.
yes,
So you can win a lot of money in a pretty short period of time,
yes, you can.
and you can lose a lot of money in a short period of time.
Yes, you can.
And we talked about the bank. And when you were demonstrating, so the person who starts the game puts the money in the bank, right?
Yes,
And so if that's you, that's your bank.
yes,
And then you would have the floor.
yes,
You would be doling out the winnings. Okay. And when you demonstrated, you even kind of felt possessive over the fake money when you were, when Ms. Ocom tried to approach it, right? Because she has no business over there because it's your
Yes.
bank, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the state talked with you also about some statements that you gave. You did give a statement at the hospital briefly. And you, at that time, said you heard a lot of arguing, right?
Yes,
And you heard CeeLo in the crowd,
yes,
and it was a large crowd,
yes,
but you heard CeeLo over everyone
yes,
because he's loud,
yes,
and he was loud that day.
yes,
And and you kind of already said it, but when you were asked how many shots, you said it sounded like World War II.
yeah, yes, I did.
And you also have testified at a prior hearing. And at that time, you said you saw more than one person with a gun, right?
Yes,
So, and both of his friends had guns.
yes,
They're the black guns that you described,
yes,
nice size semi-automatic
yes,
with the black long extension clips.
yes,
And at that hearing, you testified you did not see who shot you, right?
yes, I did.
But you knew it was, and you didn't see Mr. Beard shooting.
No, I didn't.
And you knew it wasn't from Mr. Beard's side that you got shot, right?
Exactly.
And at a prior hearing, you also have testified to CeeLo being loud, yelling, "This is my money," right?
Yes,
Put down.
yes,
Nobody move but me.
yes,
All this mine.
yes,
I won't make you repeat the other terms, but safe to say he was using a different tone of voice than you were using, right?
yes, he was.
Being louder.
Exactly.
And he was saying, "I know somebody out here trying to rob me."
Yes, he said that.
And the gunfire came from their end first.
Yes,
And I think you said he was yelling into the air, but he was yelling just at the people playing dice, not any one person in particular, right?
you're right.
And it's pretty common in this part of town to have dice games and gambling in the street, right?
Yes,
Not uncommon. The person that you mentioned, gangster, is that another one of CeeLo's friends?
no.
That was another one of the
He grew up-
people
he grew up
in the
around
neighborhood.
here. Yes,
The only people you saw with the gun were CeeLo and CeeLo's friend Owet.
yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, Judge, just briefly. I just want to make sure I'm clear. When Ms. Feely asked you, you said in the prior hearing, you said you didn't see who shot you. That's what she just asked you, and you said, correct?
Yes,
So at the last time when you were on the oath, you said you didn't know who shot you, correct?
I didn't.
Okay.
I still don't.
But today, when I asked you, you just said CeeLo shot you.
No, I didn't.
So you said when he was shooting in the direction, that's how you got shot.
I said when he was shooting, I threw my hand around my head. I never said who exactly shot, what person specifically shot me. I never said it specific. I never specified it that CeeLo shot me.
Okay, so then the person that could have shot you would have only been Owet or CeeLo because they were on your left side.
It could have bounced off the wall. It could have bounced off the wall there, right there. The bullet could have ricocheted off the wall. I don't know how it went, but I know I got shot in my hand.
Okay, but if CeeLo was shooting in that direction, you said he got up to the right and he was shooting straight, then the bullet could not have bounced off the wall because the wall would be behind him, correct?
But he got other people shooting. He got a friend got a gun shooting too now.
So how was,
I don't know which one of them shot me. I just know I got shot from that way.
okay, so then was Owet behind CeeLo,
He was on the side of Solo.
to the left or to the right?
To his left.
To his left.
Yes.
And so he was shooting in the same direction that CeeLo was shooting.
Yes.
So that means the wall would be behind him as well.
The wall right on the side of him. The wall is kind of like on the side of him.
So then is Owet right-handed or left-handed?
I don't know if he right-handed or left-handed. I wasn't paying attention.
So what hand was he shooting the gun with?
I can't pay. I wasn't paying attention with what hand. When I heard the first fire, I went for cover. I said that earlier. When the first shot fired, I took around my head to cover around my head. And I said that earlier.
Okay, so, but the wall, so if, this is the wall, right, according to 125 year diagram, this is the wall, the dice is in front of it,
Yes.
and then there's ours, right?
Is it?
I will put up 175 again. So solo is up closer to the dice.
Yeah. See, that's kind of creamy, that's kind of close together because I was, like I said earlier, I was brushes good. But I like solo right now.
Where my finger is, that's solo.
You see what it's in solo man, like move them around by my, yeah, go up some, like right up in now.
And then where's ours?
I went right beside.
Right there.
Keanu, kind of closer to the wall a little bit. I'm dating on the back behind, on gangster room right now.
And where's Benny Martin? Where's Lil B?
Lil B, he was over there by, LB, when you see the LB.
So this is LB, Lil
That-
Baby.
That'd be great right there. Lil B was over there too.
And so Lil B is right here.
Yeah,
Yes?
yeah, he was over that way.
So Alex is over here.
Yeah.
Solo is over here.
Yeah.
And then you're over here.
Yeah.
And Deck and Dre are over here. So they'll be shooting this way. Alex and Solo will be shooting this way. To their rights.
I was kind of over a little bit more. Like I explained earlier, I was kind of over a little bit more because Solo would have been right in front of the dice kind of.
I understand that.
Okay, yeah. Let me explain it. Let me do a little more, how this go. Bag me from right there a little bit and put Solo up there closer toward the dice. Because, okay, yeah, you gotta put him closer toward the dice, but I'm gonna still be right there behind. No, go back, so you gotta come back a little bit more. I'm still gonna be kind of over a little bit by him, because I'm like in between him and Dick. I'm kind of in between them, so I can see. So
Okay,
I was right there.
so this is Solo closer to the dice.
Yeah,
You're right here.
yeah,
Deck is right here.
exactly.
Alex is in front, beside.
Besides, he's right there like on the side a little bit, but everybody still, you're not getting, everybody still kind of moving around during the midst of the gambling game.
But I'm asking at the time the shooting started, not the gambling. I'm just asking when the shots were fired.
When the
The
shots,
position.
when the shots was fired, and I took cover over my head, I didn't really watch no more, because after a few shots, I knew I had, and I got hit in my hand. So I bagged off and ran behind the car. Everybody was moving around doing the fire shot, doing the gunshot. So I can't say exactly who did what right then, because we're everybody's moving.
Okay, but I understand everybody's moving after the shot, but that's not the question. The question was when the first shot, you said Solo raised up.
Yeah.
And shot.
Yes.
I'm asking the position of everybody at that point, not when after the shooting happened.
When I
You said you saw him.
Yeah, when I
So-
took cover, I don't know what shifted or how it shifted. When I took cover, I don't know what shifted after then. Because I'm thinking about my life.
I understand that, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking when the shots happened after the fire, because I understand you took cover. I said before when Solo was reaching up, where was everybody situated exactly, is what I'm asking. So you said Solo was here, Alex was
I was beside.
on his left, and then
Yeah.
Solo was on the right of Alex,
I went there.
and
I was right there, but I was right there kind of behind on the side on his right side.
you were kind of behind Solo on his
Yeah,
right
on his
side,
right side.
and Deck was
Dick was on the other side,
on the right side.
on my right side of me, yeah.
And then when he reached out and he reached up and he shot,
Yeah,
which would be Solo. And
yeah, I covered, that's when I covered, because he pointed toward our way. When he shot toward our way, I threw my hand over my head. Once I threw my hand over my head, I'm bagging back because I'm trying to find out which way to run now.
Okay.
More questions?
A brief moment, Judge. Just briefly, Judge, thank you. So just to be clear, all of this you said today, when you talked to Detective Demisto, you never told him anything about this, correct?
I can't recall. It's been quite some time.
Would you like me to show you your statement when you talked to Detective Demisto? Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
How long is that transcript?
It's just a couple of pages, Judge.
Okay. So how long is this document you're having him read? Because you could ask the detective, when he testifies, should he testify, did it come up? We don't have 30 minutes for him to read a document.
Not 30 minutes, Judge. I would just be brief and follow up. So you never told the detective that you were present when it happened, correct?
I probably didn't want to talk to him then. I probably didn't tell him then. I probably didn't want to talk.
You told the detective that you were on the other side of the hole getting high, correct?
I just said that right here. But then I told you after then, I went around the other way everybody was.
And you never told him that you saw anybody with a gun, correct?
Probably did right then.
Is that a no, you didn't tell him?
No, I didn't. And I don't think I did.
And you never told him anything about Awet having a gun?
No, I didn't.
Never told him anything about CeeLo having a gun?
I probably did. If
So
he probably didn't ask me who had guns, and he probably didn't ask me those questions. The reason why I didn't tell him I wasn't going to volunteer to tell anyone anything.
Well, you knew he was asking you about the shooting.
Yes, but I'm not going to volunteer just up and volunteer an answer to tell you something if you don't ask me a question.
Did he ask you how you got shot?
I don't recall.
Did he ask you where you were when you got shot?
I think so. He probably did. Yeah.
And you didn't tell him that you were there when you got shot, correct?
I probably no. I didn't tell him exactly where I was, but I told him I was somewhere in that vicinity.
Okay. And you didn't tell him that you were behind, that you took any of the money either?
No, I didn't tell him that either.
And at the prior hearing also, where you were under oath, you didn't say any of that either, correct?
I didn't say anything that I wasn't questioned about.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you, they didn't ask you if you were there, that you didn't volunteer that you were there.
If you asked me was I was there, I would have told him I was there.
So because they didn't ask you if you were there, you didn't tell them you were there.
Correct.
And when they asked you if you had seen the shots or seen who had the gun, you didn't tell them because they didn't ask you.
They didn't ask me.
And they didn't ask you who had a gun either, because that's why you didn't volunteer it, correct?
I don't recall them asking me, but I wasn't volunteering to give any information on anything.
I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Feely?
Just have a few didactic clarification questions, please. Oh, we have Mr. Jeffries.
But we didn't have any questions about dice etiquette in the redirect.
Well, I thought that was the federal rules.
No, it's just sort of in general, but go ahead.
When we were talking here about the dice, you mentioned that you can't hide a bill under another bill. Is that true?
You can't hide your money from another person. Like if I'm betting you money, you telling me we have $100 bet, you can't fold that $100 up and stick it up under your shoe where I can't see we having $100 bet.
And but you can put, so you can't put like $1 and then 5 over 100.
No, you can't.
Not because it would affect the outcome of the throwing of the dice, but because they couldn't know what that was.
It'll because I wouldn't know that you have what you said we was betting on the ground. Like if we saying we betting $100 and you got a $1 bill on the top of it and the $5 bill on top of it, I can't see my $100 bill. So I don't know if you betting that money. I have to see what we betting.
Thank you.
In order for me to pay you your money. If you was to win, that's the only way I can pay you your money if I see what you're betting. But if I can't see what you're betting, because if you have a $100 bill down there, a $1 bill down there, a $5 bill down there, I don't know what you bet.
So after the round, if you found out that there was more money than you expected, that would not make you happy. Fair?
No, it wouldn't be fair to me.
Thank you.
It'd be slick.
Jurors, any questions for Mr. Jeffries? If so, please pass them to Deputy Gordon. Thank you. Oof. All right, council, you all can be at ease. We're gonna take a minute to go through all these, but it's not quite break time.
Work on order, remain seated.
Mr. Jeffries.
Yes, sir.
It's all right. Sorry to interrupt the reading there. Some gambling assistance here. You're in control of the bank and someone steps on your bank. That means that someone has added money to the bank.
Yes, sir.
And does that person then control the bank?
Yes, sir.
So does that mean you have to hand the dice over to?
No. It'd be both of y'all, both of y'all controlling what's going on because both y'all money in them.
Okay, so let's say you and I are among the people gambling. You're controlling the bank right now. There's $700 in it and you're rolling dice. And here comes big bucks McBurney. I put $1,000 on top of the bank. Do you have to give me the dice now or we're rolling together?
I think you gonna run the bank.
Because I put more in, you put 700 in and it's small bucks McBurney. I put 200 in. Are you still rolling because you had contributed more to the bank? Or we're both rolling? Or that never happens?
See, the bank, it different. It different like that, man. You can step on the bank and run the bank.
But I guess I'll ask,
Like
I get you, but by stepping on it, I don't necessarily get to run it. If you're running it, you got $700, you're
I'm
rolling,
running it already.
right? And then I come up and I put 200, I'm stepping on it, I put
No.
200.
You gonna have to put the same amount. I already got in there.
Okay, you can't step on it and put less than what's
No,
in there.
no.
If I put more than what's in there, then I run the bank
Yeah.
and you got to give me the dice.
No, everybody still gonna have their role. Everybody still get their role. It's just you and the other person who else money who was running the bank. Y'all just gonna be running the bank.
Okay, so it doesn't have to do with control of the dice. It has to do
No,
with
it don't-
control of the
Over
bank.
Money. You have to do with controlling on the money.
So stepping on the bank just gets you into the bank,
Yeah,
like you're depositing.
y'all like you deposit the money.
Got it. At the time of the shooting, when you described CeeLo pulling his gun out, who owned the bank?
Now they had started shooting 2 dice then.
Oh, they were no longer doing CeeLo.
No.
At the
Yeah.
time of the shooting, we're at that second game you showed us.
Yeah. It was 2 dice then.
Okay, thank you. Was Lil B at the gambling spot when the shooting started? In other words, in that little crowd of people.
Yes, he was.
How about Lee Bailey?
Yes, he was.
Not way down at the intersection, but
No.
right there
It was in-
where the dice were.
It was in the vicinity of the dice game.
You mentioned that CeeLo started giving a solo. He was just sort of arguing to no one and was getting angry. Was he losing at that time? If you could tell?
Actually, during a part of that time, during some points of that time, he was winning.
Awet, am I saying the name correctly?
With
Awet. Did you see him actually shoot or you saw him with a gun?
I saw him with a gun, but after the firing started, I wasn't really paying attention to him.
Got it. You duck and cover and run.
Yeah, I wasn't really.
Before you ducked and covered, did you see Awet shoot his gun or simply have a gun in his hand?
He had it on his person.
Okay, and he was producing it?
I ain't seen him producing, but I just knew he had one.
Okay, so I must have misunderstood you. So did you ever during the course of those events see Awet with a gun in his hand?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so it wasn't just on his person, it was in his hand.
Yeah, he had pulled it out. He
Okay,
pulled it out.
did you ever see him fire that
Never seen
gun?
it fire.
Do you remember which hand CeeLo was grabbing the gun, right or left?
hand.
Right hand.
The right hand.
Okay. And at some point, I think you said you got behind a car to watch what was going on.
I got behind the car really to get away from the shooting till the shooting got over with.
You have something thick between you and the bullets.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, you got something thick between you and the bullets. Did you then look to see what was happening?
When I finally looked up, I seen CeeLo land on the ground by his gun. I never seen that in sight again until I ran up all the way to the wall to pick the money up and I looked down the sidewalk. That's when I seen Dick all the way down the sidewalk.
Okay, so I was about to get to that part. So you really didn't look for a while. When you do look, CeeLo's on the ground and you could see his gun next to him.
Yes, he's gone next to him.
Okay, you go to get the money, and when you're going to do that, you actually see Deck
I see him down the sidewalk, some way down.
up Bell Street, away from Auburn Avenue.
Not up Bell Street. It was back like towards
Towards Powell's?
back further back in the hole, like going back down in the hole, like
Okay.
not going toward Auburn Avenue with the
Going away from Auburn Avenue?
Yeah,
That's what I
going,
meant. So
yeah,
he's
going back down, yeah, going back down.
Okay, because you're going away from Auburn Avenue when you're going to get the money. Auburn
No, I'm
Avenue's to your
going-
back?
No, Bell Street to my back. Almond
Okay.
Avenue is to my left.
Okay. Okay, I got you. And you're saying
Deck ran was going
away from
down
Auburn
to
Avenue?
the right, to my
Okay.
right. He was back down that way.
Okay. And when you saw him, you mentioned, I'm getting the money and I see Deck. Is Deck lying down? Is he running? What's he doing?
Deck was limping. He was like he was like limping like,
Okay. Did you ever see Deck get shot?
no,
Did anyone else go after the money besides you? Did you have to,
yes.
who?
It was a couple more folk that was out there that
Can you share names?
it wasn't no names in the people that was right there.
Okay.
It was no name that
None of the names we've been talking about.
no, none of those names.
When you were talking with the detective, either at the hospital or if you talked to the detective some other time, did the detective or any police ever say, you better tell us what's happening because we could charge you with this shooting?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Did they ever talk about, you better tell us what happened because there are cameras everywhere and we'll just get it from the cameras?
I can't recall.
Okay.
But
That doesn't ring a bell, but you're not saying it didn't happen.
I ain't saying it did happen. They don't ring a bell. No, it don't.
Okay. Ms. Ocom, do you have follow-up for Mr. Jeffries based on any of those questions?
No, Judge.
Ms. Feely?
Thank you. So you just testified that at first they were playing the 3-dice CeeLo game, right?
Yeah.
And then they switched to the 2-dice game.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were explaining the 2-dice game, you can cover up the bills in the 2-dice game, right?
You can cover up your money in that.
Thank you.
So I'm clear, you can cover up the money you got in your pocket, but the bet you put down for 2 dice, that can't be covered up. You got to be clear what you're betting.
2 dice, you're gonna see the money. You're gonna see the money on the ground anyway.
Since people are saying this is what I'm betting.
They saying what they've been, but you can look around and check your money at all times. You can check your bet.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
All right, I got a question for you.
So that's not usually how it goes, but I'll let you ask the question. I can't promise I can answer the question.
No, it ain't about this situation right here.
Okay, all the more reason why I probably can't answer it, but go ahead. You've been very patient. What's your question?
So I'm done with this right here.
You are done with this right here.
I'm done with all this.
Well, it's a great question. Actually, hold that thought. Can Mr. Jeffries be returned? I learned that maybe there was a request from both sides to keep him around. So let me start with the defense. Do you need Mr. Jeffries to stick around at Rice Street? Okay, Ms. Ocom,
No, Judge.
was that what you were getting at? Like, can you
That's
get
exact-
back? You want to get back?
I want to get back to chain gang quick as I can.
Where are you housed?
I'm housing at Bird CTC.
All right, we'll work on that. We'll let the sheriff know today that you can go back. Was that the question you had?
Yeah, I'm on the yeah.
Oh, you got the answer. Don't take any of the papers, just your mask. We'll get you back there as soon as we can. Ms. Ocom, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, may we approach briefly, please?
First, answer my question.
Jonathan Roll.
How long will he take? Ballpark. Okay. My thought, ladies and gentlemen, is we knock out this quick witness, then we take a break. You all right with that? All right. Do you need to approach still?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Can we get the witness coming this way while we do that?
Beforehand.
Okay. Any reason we didn't do that when we were out there for a long time? Something new? Okay. All right. Let's just come right back here. Sit tight.
Deputy. I just want TV.
Or not, don't say. Or should I?
All right, this will be a brief witness, and let's have that witness come on in, please.
Raise your hand. You swear affirm that testimony you will give truth, the whole truth, you have to swear in there. Say you swear in the record.
Jonathan Rowland, JONATHANROWLAND.
Mr. Rowland, you can, I'm sorry, those papers are there. I don't think you'll need them. You may, but they were for a previous witness. Just don't destroy them.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rowland. How are you?
Hey,
Would you please tell us what you do for a living?
I work for, I'm a coordinator for Georgia Transmission Corporation.
And how long have you done that?
Actually September of 2022.
What, as a coordinator, of what do you do? What is your job description?
So I coordinate all the maintenance for Northeast Georgia for the transmission electrical system.
And back in 2014, do you remember where you worked?
I work for Georgia Power here in downtown Atlanta.
And what did you do for Georgia Power?
I was a crew leader, substation electrician.
And where was that located?
My office was 930 Ponce de Leon Place, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia.
And back in June 3rd of 2014, did you go to work that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what happened when you got to work?
What time of day or?
Yeah, in the morning when you got to work, did you notice anything that caused you to call the police?
So I went to my office, got my work orders for today. Went to one of our substations, one of our many substations downtown, which Georgia Power calls Butler Street Substation. Went to do my normal job duties inside the station. Got out to do a job briefing, safety briefing. Got out of the vehicle and was walking toward one of the pieces of equipment inside the substation to get the numbers off of it. And I stumbled across or found a gun inside the substation, the Georgia Power substation.
Okay, what type of gun was it?
It's a handgun.
Do you know if it was a semi or revolver?
I'm thinking revolver, but okay, that's 14 years ago.
I will show you what has been previously marked. This is 168 through 173. If you look at them and tell me if you recognize it.
Yeah, 168 I do recognize.
You just flip through them all and then let us know collectively if you recognize them. Any you don't, flag those for us.
169 I recognize. 170 I do recognize. 171 I do recognize. 172 I recognize. Also 173.
So that would be all of them.
Yes.
And what are those pictures of? What are those pictures of? What are they?
Exhibit 168 is actually inside the Georgia Power station facing the entrance gate that we came in that morning. 169 is inside the Georgia Power substation, and that is where I saw the gun. 170 is also inside the Georgia Power substation, where the gun is located. That's the gun that I saw inside the Georgia Power substation. That looks like the serial number, but I didn't touch the gun. And exit 173, that's the street outside the substation gate where we entered that morning.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 168 through 173 and to publish them as well.
Okay.
Admitted.
And as you explained, 168 is the front of the power plant, correct?
If you'll tap so you can see it better on your screen, what is it asking you? Stay muted?
Yeah.
Click stay muted. Thank you.
So this is the gate inside the Georgia Power substation that we entered that morning. We pulled in, and of course we turned the vehicle around, and our vehicle is actually facing out the gate.
And what are we looking at in 169?
That is the gun that I found that I stumbled across or walked up on inside the Georgia Power substation.
And that wall right behind at the right of it,
Yes,
at the end, what is that wall to? What's the street on the other side?
the Bell Street.
And on the inside, was that, and the trees, are the trees on the other side of Bell Street?
That's what it looks like. I don't have any business on that part of the wall.
Okay, but you just know that wall is the Bell Street wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is correct.
Next slide, please. Okay, and then that's just a close-up. 171, please. And is that the gun that you found?
That is.
Okay. And may I ask, is the power plant closed? Can anybody get into the power plant?
It's locked 24/7. Only people with keys. Then there's certain locks on the gate that only certain people have keys to.
So when you say certain people, is there a higher level of clearance for you to have the key to get in?
Yes,
Okay. And do you know about how many people have that clearance?
I do not know.
Okay. Next slide. And is just that the gun
Yes, it looks like it. Yes.
in 173? And so this would be the other side of Bell Street that you were talking about that had the wall.
Yeah, to the right of the stay back, the truck that is the gate that you would drive in on the first picture that we saw.
And after you saw the weapon, what did you do?
I turned around, went back to my partner, and I said, "Hey, something about there's a gun. We need to call the police." And I think he said, "I think there's a police officer outside the gate down the street. It'd probably be easier."
Stop.
Don't tell me what anyone said. Sorry, just tell me what you did and what happened after that.
I told my partner we need to call the law. He walked outside. I believe that I called the law. I don't remember. It was kind of crazy then. He walked outside, found a police officer, and I would say within 20 minutes, more police officers
Arrived. And then did the police officers that arrived, did they take away the gun?
I didn't see anybody take away the gun.
I mean, did they remove the gun from the power plant? Was the gun taken away by the police officers?
Not that I know of, no.
So they left the gun over at the power plant?
Oh, I left before when I left, there was people still there.
Okay, so the police officers were still there when you left?
Yes.
Okay. Brief moment, Judge. Nothing for the judge.
Ms. Privik, any questions for Mr. Rowland?
We have 173 back up, please.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. I wanted to show you 173 that should be popping up on your screen. You said that that is the street that the gate is on, for you to get into the power plant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's Hill Street, correct? That's not Bell Street.
That is not Bell Street. I'm not sure what the name of that street is.
Okay, but it's not Bell Street.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so there's only one gate, correct? To get into your power plant?
There's three gates, and they're all on that street. There's two
Okay.
more past that one going back toward the city.
Okay, and it's not Bell Street.
No, there's no access.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any follow-up?
No, Judge.
Questions from jurors? Nope. Mr. Rowland, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to take a break. It's been a couple hours. Please don't talk about the case while you're back there, but I would like you to talk about this. In conferring with the lawyers and looking at schedules, it makes sense, I think, for us to try to have court on Monday. But I recognize Monday is a holiday, and folks may have plans on Monday. And so I need you to talk as a group about whether the way you want to have a day of service on Monday would be to serve as a juror here. We'd probably start at 10 because the lawyers and I need to work through some things before you get here, and we'd get in whatever remains. But Friday, we won't be done based on talking with the lawyers. The state may rest. We need to see if there's a defense case, and we would also need to talk about the law that I have to give you, et cetera. So I need to learn from you all whether that's doable. If that's not doable, plan B would be Saturday as a weekend day, not a national holiday, not a day of service. And then plan C is you guys say no, and I respect that because it's your schedule and not mine. We just push a lot further into next week, which gets pretty complicated. So talk amongst yourselves about that, not about the merits of the case. And we will, at the end of the day, take everyone's pulse about this atypical, could I get you to come in on a day when you wouldn't normally be coming in? And we'd stop on Monday as soon as we got through enough that the bit of Tuesday that I've got, we'd be able to cover everything else. But it may be that if you give up Monday or Saturday, you say, look, let's just use that full 6 to 7 hours of that day. I know I may have alluded to that when we were doing jury selection or when we started. You may not have picked up on that, but this is just a scheduling issue we're running into. So I'd ask you to discuss it and let me know if there's a consensus, and if there's not a consensus, if there's even a leaning in a direction. Okay? Thank you.
All rise for the jury. Judge, did you say how long?
So about 10 minutes. I didn't. Thank you for asking.
And you all, you said about.
We need to get one thing on the record. We had a sidebar, and Ms. Ocom brought to my attention that Mr. Rowland had actually been in court for much of Mr. Jeffrey's testimony. I don't think anyone knew quite who Mr. Rowland, you all can be seated if you want, who Mr. Rowland was. It was inadvertent. I also pointed out to the group in our sidebar that no one had asked to invoke the rule of sequestration. It's sort of the default, but it doesn't always happen. Sometimes lawyers say we don't want to invoke it or we want some people excluded from it. Regardless, I appreciate very much that the state brought this to my attention. I found that there were no issues because Mr. Rowland's testimony had nothing to do with the dice game, Mr. Jeffries, who was standing where, who pulled out a gun, who didn't. It was almost a chain of custody testimony. If he found this revolver, he has no idea whose revolver it was, if it fell from the sky, if it got thrown over the wall. And that was the extent of it. And so I felt that there was not a risk of any prejudice or harm to either side. But I want to make sure, Ms. Primovic, since Mr. Rowland was your witness, if there's anything you want to get on the record other than it was not a big issue.
Nothing for the record, Your Honor. It's not an issue at all.
Good, agreed. Anything else, Ms. Ocom?
No, Judge.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we get back, your next witness is ready. Anything you want to talk about before the break or that I need to think about during the break?
No, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Feely.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. See you in a few. Thanks for helping out, Mr. Jeffries. He was an interesting guy.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I'll do that, but I ate at a weird time. So. Now. That is you need it? It's going? That was about the size of candy. I'm all for it, y'all. I was so scared of this stuff.
That's what I hate about himself. Just to get
Just now, Jonathan was there.
Yeah, okay.
I'm good at it.
That's shocking.
But it wasn't. No, it's there. You know, we took this.
Oh, got it, okay.
What? You hear about this? That's fine. Oh, wow. That is so funny. Yeah. So I said, well, thank you for talking. I said, four. I said, five. No, four. Maybe about 15. Thank you for the 4 minutes. Perfect. Yeah. So. Here you go, sir. It's because you need, not talk. You really when I but I have 2 other just came from yeah. And I'm not let's see.
She's in the
He's just. He's not changing.
No, we were waiting. Ms. Rivers is grabbing one thing. We need Mr. Beard.
Where's my list? I'm sorry, Dr. Radake, you just, I don't know why they let you back in. Just wait, sorry.
No, I don't mind. I was just curious. Right there.
You're gonna tackle him?
I was ready. I got
Oh. Okay. Just the same one.
Okay.
No.
There's an issue? Oh. Oh. Okay. 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 If they need more time to talk about that, that's super. Okay. Yeah. All right. Because we're gonna have to work through that today at some point anyway.
Yeah. They're talking to someone that's in your office. Okay.
It's interesting. I wonder what kind of questions they have for her, but find out. They want to be fed, we'll feed them.
Well, they want to ask her so that she can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
I didn't keep the administrator, but I think we're gonna get some information. So you'll be there.
She wants you to change.
I'm in trouble.
It ain't hard. It ain't hard. They got plans.
Let's talk scheduling. You still think, Ms. Okam, that you'll be resting on Friday?
We've been talking about, we think we'll get through by Friday, because I was looking at the witnesses I have left, the only two really long ones are Mr. Kiki and maybe the crime scene investigator, and just to get everything into evidence. It depends on if the defense will be objecting on if we have to argue that out of the evidence that's coming in. But if that's not happening, then it should be pretty, it's just get all of it in.
Remind me who Kiki is.
Surafael Human.
You have him.
Well, my understanding is that we were going to get him when I came to court.
Okay. Certainly Demister, and it's Ma who would take a long time, or is it Turner, or combined they take a long time?
Well, Turner is not that long. He was just did a brief part, but Ma has getting all of.
Sure, everything that was collected.
Yes.
I don't see that as a witness who prompts lots of objections. I don't know. Maybe there were issues with the way the evidence was collected. It's a primitive witness.
No, I don't.
Okay, so really the streamlining would be, especially if there's because I assume 99% of these were admitted before, so everyone knows there's a foundation. There may even be a stipulation that, look, exhibits X through Y, we stipulate that a foundation could be laid, and once Mr. Ma describes what he did at the scene, that'd be enough. I'm not asking anyone to cut any corners, but that would certainly streamline things. But none of that gets you resting tomorrow. It gets you resting on Friday.
Yeah, because I believe Denise, there would be a couple of hours, because we also have to do the defendant's statement.
Sure.
So he would be, I don't know, maybe 2 hours with me, and I don't know how long Cross would be, so.
Ms. Feely, other than your client's decision to testify, which he doesn't need to make yet, do you envision calling any witnesses? In other words, has the state failed to call some that you thought this jury needs to hear from?
As long as they're calling Kiki, I think we're good.
Okay. I think it's as long as people find Kiki, then both sides can ask Kiki questions. So then it would just be whether Mr. Beard's going to testify or not. I still think that gets us, there's not a way then we're doing closings and charging the jury before Friday is over. That doesn't seem realistic. The jurors have offered to stay till 7 tomorrow night, but they are willing to do that if that would mean they don't come back next week. And I don't see that happening. And I wouldn't want to tell them, sure, stay till 7, and then they get the case at 6 p.m. on Friday, because they ought to take the time they need to deliberate. So I do think we need to figure out a way to get into next week. Another question they had without committing was, if we come in on Monday, does that mean it's pretty likely that we'll be done on Monday? that seems like a yes, unless their deliberations take them beyond Monday. I don't know that we would, I appreciate that both sides get 2 hours for closing. I don't know that we would need all 4 hours for closing. And so it would seem like they'd get the case at some point on Monday and could then begin their deliberations. So those were the two. I got summonsed out because they had talked to Ms. Hansberry to say no to Saturday. We'll work late on Thursday if that would mean we don't come back next week. If it doesn't, then maybe we'll still go a little late on Thursday. But their question about Monday was maybe we'd make that sacrifice if that would mean then you're not making us come back on Tuesday. Of course, we wouldn't be making them do anything if they're deliberating at that point. So I just wanted to share that update with both sides and get, as I have, updates from both sides about when both sides might be resting. Anything you want to add to that, Ms. Okan?
Not really, Judge, but depending on how it goes with the Easter and all of that, I could possibly fit everything tomorrow, but I don't know if that's realistically possible.
Okay. I don't want to overcommit.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Feely, anything else? Okay, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you. You all can be seated. So I was back in my office while you were talking, and all of a sudden my arms really started hurting. And Ms. Hansberry said, well, they have made a voodoo doll of you and they're stabbing it with their pencils. I apologize for presenting you with some difficult choices to make. And I do my best, I promise you, to try to manage your time well and respectfully. And so when I made those proposals, it wasn't whimsical or because I've got nothing better to do and I'm confident you have nothing better to do. That's not it at all. Ms. Hansberry shared with me some of your thoughts. We will not be seeing each other on Saturday unless we bump into each other at Kroger or wherever. There's a possibility that we go late on Thursday, but that would be, let's go late on Thursday if we're done on Friday. And talking with the lawyers, the state may well rest late Thursday. If we went late, might spill over into Friday, but that's the state side of the case. And there is the possibility of a defense case. No burden on the defense. They may end up presenting nothing, but they have the ability to do that. It doesn't sound like the defense case would be all that long if they do put one up, but then there's still closing arguments, which are long and take some time, and I have to charge you. That's less long, but I still have to give you the law. I don't see you getting the case on Friday, if we went late on Thursday, early enough that you could reasonably deliberate. What I don't want to do is say, hey, it's 5 o'clock on Friday and now you get the case, because that could pressure some of you to say, you know what, I'm not so sure I agree with you, but I want to go home. And so I'm going to agree with you. And that is not the right way to structure it. Not fair to either side. So I'm always reluctant in any case to say, hey, 5 o'clock on Friday, start your deliberations. Those are pressure verdicts and we don't do pressure verdicts. And because I'm not confident we could get you the case early enough on Friday, I'm not going to advocate for you to stay super late on Thursday. We may stay a little after 5 because you've told me you could stay till 7, but I don't want to tell you, great, stay till 7 and you'll be done on Friday. I don't know. So I do think we will need time on Monday if you can make that happen. But to answer what I think was your third question before the voodoo pin started going in, I foresee you getting the case either late on Friday or early on Monday so that you would be done on Monday, unless this is a case that proved intractable, meaning at the end of Monday, you guys, we don't, it's not 12-0 on something. It's 6-6, it's 11-1, whatever it is. And then we need to work through when there's an impasse with the jury. So in asking you to be here on Monday, it was with an eye to then you would be done on Monday. I don't commit you to that because by then it's really your case as opposed to the lawyer's case and mine because you'd be deliberating. But again, I appreciate that Monday is a holiday. It's a meaningful holiday. You may already have plans regardless of whether it's Arbor Day or Dr. King Day. But in working with the lawyers, several of them had some service obligations they wanted to deal with on Monday. This is another form of service for them. And they've decided to make themselves available if collectively that's what works. You don't need to decide right now. You'll talk about it one more time before we wrap for the day. But I did want to give you some feedback to your answers. Answers to your questions so you can talk about it a little bit more. In the meantime, let's use your time wisely. If the state will call its next witness.
The state calls Dr. Banner.
Hey, Dr. Banner, come on up and stand right next to the chair there. You'll get sworn in.
I do. Absolutely complete. Yes, sir. Please spell the state the name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Omar Danner, capital O-M-A-R, last name spelled D as in David, A-N-N-E-R. Thank you.
Dr. Banner, thank you for being here. If you're comfortable removing your mask, it'll help us hear your testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Danner. How are you today?
I'm well. Thank you.
Okay. Can you tell us what kind of doctor you are?
I am a surgeon by training. I'm a trauma surgeon and critical care specialist, as well as a minimally invasive or laparoscopic surgeon.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background, your educational background, how you became a doctor of surgery?
I went to undergraduate in pre-med and microbiology at the University of Alabama and graduated from there and went to the University of Alabama School of Medicine, where I completed my medical school education and subsequently completed my general surgery training at the University of Alabama Medical Center, our same hospital system. I subsequently went to Baltimore to Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, where I completed my fellowship training in critical care and traumatology. I stayed on faculty there for a period of time, subsequent year, and then I moved on to the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, where I completed my training in advanced laparoscopic surgery and bariatric surgery. After I finished training, I moved to Charlotte as solo practice general surgery, critical care specialist for a few years. And then in 2009, in January, I moved to Atlanta, where I joined the faculty at the Morehouse School of Medicine and the medical staff at Grady Memorial Hospital, our level 1 trauma center here in Atlanta.
And what's your total years of experience as a doctor?
I graduated from medical school in 1995, so roughly about 27 years.
You want to say that Dr. Danner.
Danner
With a
with a
D.
D.
Yes, Dr. Danner be qualified as an expert in the field of surgery and critical care, trauma and critical care.
I'll do that in just a moment. Two things. First, Ms. Primovic, do you want to examine this witness? Okay. And I'm sorry, doctor, B beta or D delta?
D delta.
Delta, Danner. Okay, it's listed elsewhere in a different way on the document I have. Dr. Danner, you are qualified as an expert in the field of surgery, trauma, and critical care. Did that cover the bases?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for the purposes of these proceedings. Thank you.
Dr. Danner, back in 2014, where did you work? What hospital did you work at?
I worked at Grady Memorial Hospital and also was associate professor of surgery at the Morehouse School of Medicine.
And did you, at your time, happen to have a patient named Dexter Beard?
I did.
Okay. And what was your role in Dexter Beard's care?
I was the trauma surgery attending on call when he was brought to Grady Memorial Hospital by the emergency medical services personnel.
And did you see him?
I did see him that night along with the rest of the trauma team.
Okay. And did you also, did you make notes and reports in his medical
Record. Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as spaces 145. I want you to look at that and tell me if you recognize what that is.
Yes, these are the medical records from Grady Memorial Hospital containing the hospital records as well as the documentation by the physicians.
And you were one of the physicians that made notes on his medical record.
That's correct.
I honor the statement which should be states exhibit 145.
Any objection? It states 145.
No.
Admitted.
So doctor, can you tell me what injuries Dexter Beard had? What was the injury?
So when he presented, he had multiple gunshot wounds to the lower part of his torso or body, 2 in his left buttocks, the left butt area, and then 1 in the right groin, which is like between the thigh and the lower part of the abdominal wall or cavity. And then he had 1 on his left thigh. And basically when he came in, he was hypotensive, meaning his blood pressure was low, it was less than 90 on the top number, systolic, and his heart rate was fast, it was over 120. So by definition, he was in class 4 hemorrhagic shock.
Okay, doctor, that's a lot of medical terms that I don't understand. So let's start with class 4. What is class 4?
That means his blood pressure is really low and he's about to exsanguinate and bleed to death.
Okay. And you also said he came in with multiple gunshot wounds. Was it entrance and exit, or was it, let me rephrase that. How many did he actually have?
There were 4 missile injuries.
Okay. So was it 4 entrances, or one was an entrance and one was an exit?
To the best that we could determine, it was probably 2 missile injuries with an entrance and an exit wound.
Okay. So when you say 4 holes, it's because the bullet goes in, the bullet comes out.
Correct.
So when you say multiple, you call it multiple, not because there are 4 different injuries, but because there's an exit and an entrance.
Correct, to the best that we could determine.
And so the best you could determine, there were 2 gunshot wounds with 4 holes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's start with the one that was on the buttocks.
Okay.
Okay. You said it went in, where was the entrance and where was the exit?
Well, the thing is, it's hard to tell where the entrance and exit really is, but based on the positions of the missiles, one had to come from either left to front or front to back from that buttocks area and exit through the groin, because in between there was an injury to the sacrum or the tailbone, as well as the rectum, as well as the bladder, as well as the lower part of the right colon, and the vein, the common iliac vein that drains the blood from the lower part of the body and take it back to the upper part of the body, and then that wound that was coming out of his anterior part or groin, his right groin area. So it went across multiple structures in its trajectory.
Okay.
But your understanding from either reviewing the documents or checking out the patient is that the bullet went in the behind and out the front.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And when it was inside from the behind out the front, it hit a lot of things.
Yes.
Okay. And a lot of things it hits. You mentioned a lot of medical terms that I will not attempt to pronounce, but what is the essence of what it's hitting? What does that do? All the things it hits to go in and come out.
Well, it broke, like I said, the tailbone.
Okay.
It injured the rectum, is the part right before the anus, before you excrete feces or stool. It basically injured that organ, as well as the bladder where you collect urine, and basically excreted. And then also the blood vessel, or actually the colon is the first part of the large intestine where you begin to make feces or waste after you finish eating your food, after it parts from it comes from the small intestine into that colon, the cecum area is a kind of atrium of that receiving area. So it was injured there as well. And then out the groin, it went through what's called the common iliac vein. And that's the main vein that brings upstream blood from the lower part of the body to take it to the top part of the body
Okay,
before it enters into what's called the vena cava.
okay. So if you hit the iliac vein, that's bad.
That's very bad.
Okay. What happens when you hit the iliac vein?
Commonly, people exsanguinate and die.
So you're losing a lot of blood.
Correct.
Okay. When you hit the iliac vein, can you go far? So if my iliac vein was hit, could I run?
You can usually run for a short period of time, but it's going to cause pain, and most people would probably fall and not move very far after that kind of injury.
Okay.
But the vein is not a nerve, so you can, it just causes you to bleed to death.
Okay. And then the second gunshot, so we're talking about, so that's the first one to the right buttocks, you said. They came out
Left
of
buttocks
I
coming out the right
apologize.
side.
the left buttock. Where on the groin did it come out? How high?
Somewhere near the crease. The groin is that area, like I said, when you bend over in that crease area, we call
Okay.
that the groin area. So right above the ligament, we call it the groin. Otherwise, below it, we call the top of the thigh.
Okay. So that's the one gunshot wound. So now the second one, where did it hit and where did it come out?
So it hit probably in the buttocks. There was a hole, like a second hole in the buttocks area, and the other entrance was on the thigh.
Okay.
So it came out probably anterior or anterolateral part of the upper part of the, what we would call the lower extremity, or it is not really the leg, but the lower extremity. So it came out from the behind and then out of the top part of the left leg.
So you went in.
Mhm.
So you went in from the back of the right leg and came out the top.
Left side. So left side out the left side. So straight across. So from the back side of the buttocks out to the front side of that left side, which is the side your heart's on, that blue.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
And that injury, what was the effect of that? Did he have any?
Not that we could determine. The arteriogram didn't show a vascular injury, so probably some flesh, muscle injury, but no vascular injury that we identified.
So that one was not significant.
Maybe
Well, it was
not to maybe that's a relative term to him, maybe, but
Okay.
it didn't cause any organ or vascular injury that I can determine.
Okay. So that's the second one. So the one that hit the nerve, that I'm not going to pronounce the word, medical term, did that require surgery?
Yes.
Okay.
the vein, yes.
How many surgeries did that require to get it sort of fixed?
Well, to answer your question, I think I understand what you're trying to ask. It took one operation to basically do what we call acute management, and then subsequently required a fasciotomy, opening up the leg tissue planes because of the back pressure. It causes swelling and sometimes compromise or ischemia or low oxygen and blood supply to the tissues in the lower leg, because we had to go in and essentially tie off that vein to keep him from bleeding to death from it.
Okay.
And so basically his leg swelled up and it causes pressure inside of the tissue cavity. So we had to open it up, called a fasciotomy, so that the tissues could swell and not strangulate themselves.
So were there complications from that gunshot wound?
Correct.
Okay. And was that the only complication he had from the fasciotomy? Am I saying that right?
Correct. And when you have that, sometimes you have tissue death. So you have to debride the tissue until you get everything under control.
Okay. And so that tissue, did he have tissue death?
Yes, he did have some. We had to debride, but it wasn't significant to a point where we had to amputate the lower extremity. We just had to basically debride it, kind of take the pressure off and allow it time for the swelling to go down so that he could maintain possession of his right lower extremity.
So when you did the debris and you cut off some part, even though you didn't have to amputate the leg, did it affect the leg?
I did some, yes.
Okay, so what did it do to the leg?
You debride the tissue until you basically get the swelling under control, and then you go back in and you'll put a skin graft over it. It leaves it with the wound, but basically you cover it with the skin graft because usually the wound is too big to heal on its own. So we put a skin graft on to accelerate the closure of that open wound.
And so for the skin graft, is that another surgery as well?
Yes, that's another surgery.
So then did he have to go through multiple surgeries then?
Correct.
Okay, and how many did he have to go through?
That I do not recall. I would think it's 3 or 4.
Okay, and how long total was he in the hospital then from the beginning when he got there, from when he was shot to you finally, did you release him?
Yes, but I'd have to look at the actual discharge date to be fair.
Okay.
Let's see. So he was admitted on June 3rd, 2014, and then discharged on the 19th of September. So about 3 months.
So all of those complications, he had to stay in the hospital to you as doctors and the trauma team figured out how to fix all of that from the one. So was that one gunshot wound that hit all of those things that caused all of these complications?
Right, because when he came in, we had to take him to the operating room and perform what's called an exploratory laparotomy and open up his abdominal cavity and identify what was injured and serially go through to repair it. So in addition to ligating or tying off the right groin vein, we had to do what's called a colon resection or take out that damaged area of the base of the colon and reconnect that, as well as he had a bladder injury that required repair. So urology was consulted and they repaired the hole in his urinary bladder. And we did what's called a diverting ileostomy. So basically diverted the stool and the GI tract contents away from the area where we had repaired to allow the time for the rectum to heal. So we had to do a rectal repair and then divert it away to allow healing.
And while he's having this surgery, did you speak to him? Were you able to talk and converse with him and tell him what's going on?
No, when he was having surgery under general anesthesia. So when he came in, and we moved pretty quickly, but because the pressure's low, you hang blood and you get to the operating room really quickly.
I'm sorry, my question was probably not phased right. I mean, when he comes out of surgery, doctors would tell him what's going on and what's happening with his case.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, and so you talked to him. I'm not asking about what you said, medical terms, but you were able to converse with him and tell him what's going on and why he was staying that long in the hospital.
Once we got him off of the ventilator and out of the ICU, yes.
Okay. Brief moment, Judge. I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Primovic, do you have questions for Dr. Danner?
Just a few. Good afternoon, doctor. Thank you for coming. Thanks for what you do.
So when you saw him, were you at the emergency room when he came through the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, was he unconscious?
He was in what we call extremis, so his pressure was low and kind of upturned it. Everything, when he came in, basically his heart rate was 120s to 140s, and his blood pressure was 78 over some lower number, and less than 80 is, definite shock. So after that, the body loses the ability to perfuse the brain. So, they're confused, upturned it, and the next thing you know, they're unresponsive. But he was minimally responsive, but not able to coherently converse.
He was not able to coherently?
Not coherently converse, just.
So he went to surgery immediately?
Yes, ma'am.
The morning of?
Six.
The morning of the 3rd?
The morning of the 3rd.
Okay. And then he was, safe to say, heavily medicated for the following days and weeks?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know when his next surgery was after the one on the 3rd?
I would have to look. I can.
Days, weeks?
I think, whenever, what the day, I think a few days, because he developed, like I said, when your pulses go and the swelling, we start thinking about compartment syndrome. So he was assessed and it was determined that his pressures, his pulses in his feet had changed, or his leg, and therefore he had to be taken back. So we'll do something called a test to measure the pressure, the compartment pressures. And he had compartment syndrome based on that test. So it was taken back to the operating room for release of that.
And about how long from when he first came in did you have to remove part of his foot?
Like I said, debridement, we consulted ortho. I can look at the actual date of the ortho note because I would have to look, to be honest.
Was it weeks, months?
No, it was like days. It was over the course of days. It were days to weeks because, the first part is really acute. After you get them stabilized, it's just chronic hospital care.
So the first surgery is just to save him, stop the bleeding, just stop and get him to
Correct.
stay alive.
Correct.
And all the other surgeries is to fix all the damage that happened from the bullets.
Yes, maybe you summed it up.
Okay. Did you find any bullets when you were in there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Ms. Ocom, any follow-up with Dr. Danner?
Just briefly, Judge. Just so that I understand, when he got in, he wasn't coherent, but when you fixed it, when he went to the first surgery and he came out, was he then coherent?
Well, we leave them as your compadre just said, intubated, heavily sedated and medicated until we get them stabilized. You have to resuscitate after you lose that much blood to get somebody stabilized. And so they're in the ICU, they're sedated, they have a breathing tube in. And so we had to do that until we got his blood pressure stable and got his body rebalanced. And then you wean the ventilator support, and then you could take the breathing tube out. At that point, yes. But after surgery, they're on medication, conscious, or like heavy sedation, and therefore, they're not able to communicate. So we talk mostly to the family and minimally to them. At some point, we lessen the sedation and see how they tolerate being on the tube, because the tube is actually very annoying. And so when you don't need that ventilator breathing, then you can lighten the sedation. But it's an iterative process. And as soon as we were able to, yes, we were able to explain.
Okay. And so when he's in the ICUs, when all of that is going on, but when he's moved back to a regular room, you've decided, well, not you, but the doctors and the team have decided he's stable to be in his room.
Yes, but in the ICU, you're extubated and people can converse inside the ICU. Everybody doesn't require a tube. So, that period, starts in the ICU, then it transfers to the floor or the ward for ongoing management.
Okay. So when you're in the ICU, can anybody get into the ICU?
Not anyone. You have to sign in and out.
Okay. I mean, non-medical staff. Can non-medical staff get into the ICU?
Yes, any staff person with a badge can get into the ICU.
You have to have a badge to get into the ICU. Can I get into, for example, can I get into the ICU?
If you go through like we have a person who basically is a liaison and you have a justifiable reason, like a family member or something like that, then yes. But if you just walked up, you can't go into the ICU. It's a locked and closed unit.
Okay. And so when they're stable, they leave the ICU and go back to the regular, well, not regular, but a regular hospital room with the ward, as you called it.
The floor of the ward, yes, ma'am.
And any of the medication that you gave that's in his system, does he make you forget things?
Yes, it can. Typically, things like propofol and fentanyl, the medications can make you forget some. But that's the purpose of the medication, so you don't actually be in pain and, don't remember the suffering component of it. But it won't make you forget things that happened before. It's only while you're under sedation.
Okay. So when you get out of sedation, you remember the things that happened before, but when you're under this, let me rephrase that. When you're taking it, when you're under the sedation, you forget. But when you're off of it, it doesn't make you forget the things that happened before. Is my question correct? Or
I think your question is almost correct. I think that, when you're heavily sedated, then I'm not sure if you ever retain anything to forget. So I'm not sure if it's forgetting, it's just the person not conscious enough to process and therefore they never retained the information in the first place. So
But-
when they're sedated, they never retain the information, but as they're emerging, they can kind of remember bits and pieces, and as it become more coherent, then they can fully remember. But it doesn't have any effect on what happened before they were sedated or before the injury.
Okay,
No retrograde amnesia is what we would call it.
okay. So that I'm clear, the medication is only for when you're doing it, you might be woozy, but anything that happened before you took the medication, you don't forget.
Correct.
Okay, thank you,
Not due to the medications, at least.
thank you.
Ms. Primovic,
Briefly.
you guys always say briefly.
That's never a good thing.
Yeah.
Doctor, can you tell on June 6th, from your medical, if he was in ICU and heavily sedated, like you just said, 3 days after his first surgery, 2 days after his first surgery?
Go look at the. And sometimes it's really hard to tell because they usually don't include all the notes from day to day.
So in your experience, 2.5 days after a surgery to save your life, and then 2 days later, how heavily sedated would someone be?
And it depends. It varies from individual to individual. In this particular case, the first 24, 48, 36 hours, it's just acute management. It's constantly somebody's at the bedside, the nurses are constantly monitoring. And, just looking at the fasciotomy report, it was on 6/4. So basically within 24 hours, his pulse had gone down after the vein ligation because we're watching that acutely. And so he went back to the operating room. And so after that,
When did he go back to the operating room? Do you know what day?
According to the report, 6/5, it was filed. So it probably went back 6/4. So usually we do the operation and dictate it the next day because
So the very next day, he was in surgery again?
yeah.
Okay. Do you
And
know when
then
the
as
next
far
sur-
as when did he go to the actual floor? We don't, unless you have all the ICU notes, it's hard to really tell. But he was in the ICU for a few days, whether it was days to weeks. I don't remember the exact date he got transferred out of the ICU.
Okay. Would weeks usual, days?
It
weeks?
depends on individual to individual. Most of his injuries were lower and kind of intestinal, cardiac, and pulmonary. So if somebody doesn't develop a complication like sepsis or something like that, then it's a short course. So but it depends on how fast they recover, what types of complications they have, and if that complication requires ongoing monitoring. Some places, like if you're checking pulses on a frequent basis, require ICU setting because you need the nurses or somebody who could do it on an hourly basis.
And in this case, you could say that at least 36, 48 hours he was
Yes.
in that situation?
No, absolutely.
Okay. Could it be 3 days or 4 days?
No, absolutely. It could be 3 or 4 or 5 days.
Okay.
But usually, it doesn't require 2 or 3 weeks unless he develops something else. And I think he stabilized and got transferred out.
Thank you, doctor.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Jurors, questions for Dr. Danner? Deputy Gordon, you're back. Glad you're back. Please collect the questions. And it looks like we may need to get more note cards for this jury with a voracious appetite for information. And we are working on getting the temperature adjusted in here. Yeah, if they're already blowing, yeah, but loud and cooler or hot and quiet? Counsel? Dr. Danner, do you know how Mr. Beard, the person that you worked on, how he got to the hospital?
As far as I can tell, based on the records by emergency medical services.
That would mean an ambulance?
Ambulance.
Okay. But you base that on the medical records, which are in evidence, not because you saw how Mr. Beard came in the hospital.
Well, when we came in, they rolled him into the trauma bay, and then too, they documented as well.
Got it. The EMTs were rolling the stretcher in.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge, firsthand knowledge, because of the work you did on Mr. Beard, what caliber of bullet entered and exited him?
I do not.
Do you know if Mr. Beard, while he was staying at Grady, was allowed to have visitors?
I think that he was under custody, and so I don't think he was allowed to have visitors as far as I remember.
Okay. Do you know, in that vein, if there was an officer who would have been present in Mr. Beard's room or near Mr. Beard's room during his stay at Grady?
Yes, they stay under custody the whole time until they basically leave, if they are under custody when they come in.
Okay.
So usually, basically, unless somebody rescinds that, it's until they're discharged.
Ms. Okam, any follow-up for Dr. Danner?
No, Judge.
Ms. Primovic?
No.
Dr. Danner, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. You are
Thank you.
free to go.
Thank you.
I have one question. Your mask, it looked like it had a Georgia Bulldog on it,
It did.
and all you could do was say Alabama, Alabama, Alabama about where you went to school?
Just finished getting my master's at UGA.
Well,
at
congratulations.
College of Business.
Like your 15th degree. All right.
Right.
Good work.
I needed one more.
Yep.
Okay,
You can get a JD next.
maybe so.
Yeah,
Thank you.
world needs more lawyers. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You have a great day. God bless.
Ms. Okam, your next witness.
State calls, Officer Peng Ma.
Ms. Primovic, did you and Ms. Okam talk at all about foundational things, or I don't know how we left that? Whoop, before you sit down, it's all right.
Hey, just so you know for the record.
Name is Officer Shapeen Ma.
Good afternoon, officer. Can you tell us where you're employed?
I'm currently employed with the City of Milton Police Department.
And how long have you been so employed?
This current department a little bit over a year.
Okay, and prior to that, where were you employed?
Chamblee Police Department.
And what was your position in Chamblee Police Department?
I was on a traffic unit,
Okay. How long were you at the Chamblee Police Department?
approximately 6.5 years.
Prior to that, where were you at?
Riverdale Police,
How long were you at Riverdale Police?
approximately a year.
And what were you doing at Riverdale Police?
Just a patrol officer.
And prior to that, where were you at?
Atlanta Police,
And how long were you at Atlanta Police?
approximately 2 years.
You want to maybe approach quickly, please?
Approach me?
Yes.
Okay. Break nothing. Do you need to take a break? Or are you good? 27, looking at you.
I'm good.
You're good, okay.
The reason you're asking?
They told me your phone is going off.
That's not my phone that's going on. I
Oh,
don't know whose phone's going off, and I don't like you saying, I think it's my phone going off.
okay. Deep breath. They were concerned about your situation.
It's not my phone. I
If-
would answer it, but if it was my.
Good, then it's not your phone. False alarm. Someone's phone is buzzing. Let's have it go to silent. Not Juror 27's phone. It's someone else's phone. All right, back to you, Officer Ma.
Yes, Your Honor.
Prior, I think my last question, how long, thank you. How long were you with the Atlanta Police Department?
Approximately 2 years.
And what was your position with the Atlanta Police Department?
Crime scene tech.
And what does a crime scene tech do?
We basically work in conjunction with the CID, which is detectives. We process the scene, which identifying the evidence, documenting the evidence, and also collecting the evidence.
And do you receive training to become a crime scene technician?
Yes, I did.
And what type of training did you receive?
So we have to take a numerous 7 Georgia Post CSI classes and also 40 hours of internship with crime scene tech.
And how many crime scenes had you worked as of June of 2014, if you remember?
To be honest with you, I went out on so many at Atlanta's hundreds.
Okay.
Get more, please.
All right. I want you to look at Stacey's
Thank
bid
you.
4 through 6 in front of you and 10 through 85 quickly and tell me if you recognize those pictures.
What was the pictures of that?
4 through 6 and 10 through 85, they're marked on it.
Yes, I did.
5 through 6 and 10 through 85. please.
Yes, I do.
And what are those photos of?
There are photos of the crime scene.
Okay. And tell me how you got to the crime scene.
On June 3rd, 2014, I responded to 250 Auburn Avenue, basically for a shooting. When I showed up, I was asked to basically process a crime scene.
Do you remember approximately what time you showed up?
Approximately 0500 hours.
So that's 5 in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to the scene, what was the scene like when you got there?
It's a lot of evidence on the ground. On Bell Street, there's a lot of shell case scenes, various liquor bottles, clothing, and lots of blood.
And did you so when you say you document and you collect, can you briefly tell us how you do that? What do you do?
Well, first I identify the evidence that's on the scene. And then from there, we start documenting by photographing it. And then after we photograph it, we start putting the markers down, like, 1, 2, 3, how many. And then after that, we take photos again where in relation of where everything's at with the markers. And then after that, we collect them.
And the photos that you've been talking about, are those the photos that you took on that June 3rd when you arrived around the 0500 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5 through 6 and 10 through 85 and to publish as well.
No objection.
Will we be publishing all those, or you just want the ability to publish the ones that you want to work through?
I want the ability to publish the ones I want to walk through, but I put all of them on. I'm just gonna have her hit enter until we get to the ones that are important, but I think the jurors need to see.
So they're all admitted, so they'll all go back with the jury. I just was curious if we'll be looking at all 80-something pictures, or if you're going to select the highlights. But they're all admitted, and you can publish any of them that you see fit.
And was this how the cars were lined when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
So the first car on was the red and there was no other car in front of it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's sort of ribbon, I would call it, with the crime scene tape. Was that put there by the office to contain the crime scene?
Yes, that was put there by the primary officer that was first on scene.
Okay. And so the place you were looking at, was it within the crime scene tape?
Yes, it was.
Can't hear you.
Sorry, next.
Okay.
All right. Those pictures, are these pictures of clothes that you also collected on scene?
Yes, it was.
On say 16? Next.
Yes.
What are we looking at on 16?
Looks to be the metal door in front of the business.
Next. 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 Go back, please. What are we looking at here that you have all the placards down?
There's various, you got shell casings, got, looks like a few, mostly is all shell casings.
And how many total shell casings did you collect from the scene?
I gotta look at there's several. I don't have the number on hand.
Do you need to look at your report? If I tell you collected 11 shell casings, do you believe you 11 shell casings? Do you have any objection to you collecting 11 shell casings at the scene?
No.
Okay. And did you collect, all of the shell casings you collected, were they of the same caliber?
I believe so.
Okay. So you collected 11 shell casings on scene.
Yes, ma'am.
What about liquor bottles? Do you remember how many liquor bottles, the shots that you collected?
That would be on an itemized item on the report itself. I don't remember exact amount.
Were they more than 10?
It was a lot because I had packaged them individually and they were all bagged into one bag.
Let me show you. Well, all of these. States 102 through 110. Can you tell me what those are and if you recognize them?
Yes, I packaged these. These are individual bottles on each packet.
And are those the liquor bottles that you collected on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those liquor bottles that, how do you collect the liquor bottles? What do you do?
Well, first I obviously use gloves so I don't contaminate the DNA. After collecting them, I package them individually so they don't cross-contaminate. It's like someone else's DNA. After that, we take it back to the lab. That's where I actually seal them, and then they're sent out to GBI for DNA analysis.
Can you take out just one of the liquor bottles so you can see what they look like when you say the liquor bottles are shots? Just
Sure.
one of them?
While he's doing that, Ms. Okam, Exhibit 111 is not one of those. That's a separate. I'm just looking at your evidence list, and 111 looks like it's similar, but maybe it's not in that family for a reason.
Oh, I separate them by brand.
Well, if he has 102 through 110, that's not by brand based on your exhibit list. Maybe I misheard what you said he had.
There,
I don't mind. I just wanted to make sure you weren't inadvertently leaving one out, and then you need to bring him 111 also.
all the bottles will be states exhibits. I'll hand you all of them now, sir, from 91 through 110 are all different liquor bottles.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, you want to shoot some clothes. Are these? You just wanted me to open one of them?
Yeah, just
Okay.
one, so that we see what the liquor bottles.
These things are packaged very well. I should have got a scissor.
You like some scissors?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Yeah, the liquor bottles are just basically like the small ones you get at a convenience store. Yeah.
And so if 91 through 121 are all liquor bottles, then there are a lot, 91 through 111 are all liquor bottles. There are a lot of liquor bottles like that size on scene.
Yes, ma'am. Variety of different kinds of, like vodka and Jack Daniels and stuff like that.
Your Honor, state moves to admit 91 through 111 into evidence.
Any objection to 91 through 111? Okay. And just for the record, Officer Ma, the one you opened has what exhibit number on it? The white sticker.
This 110.
Thank you.
You also collected various items that are also on scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So everything that you documented that you put a place pad on, did you collect it?
Yes, I did.
Did you test anything did you swab anything?
The only thing I swabbed was the reddest stains on the clothing.
And
And also the various parts of the pavement and stuff.
that had reddish stains, you swabbed them as well.
Yes, ma'am. And then the DNA analysis was done by GBI. It wasn't done by us.
I'm gonna hand you 116, 117, 118, 115, 113, 119, 120, 121 through 123. These also all items collected from scene.
Okay. Yes, I do recognize these are the bags I mean, these are items I collected.
And those items were all the different placards that you saw on scene. So they included, you said there were liquor bottles, cigarette butts. You basically take everything that was on scene and put it in a different evidence bag.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand? Would move to admit all of them into evidence that it just called.
Okay, I'm gonna take that as 112 through 123. I don't think you included the clothing with reddish stains, 124.
No.
Okay, so I will admit with no objection, 112 through 123.
I'm going to show you what is 87, 88, and 86, which you have labeled the dice. You collect that from a scene as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you list on it without you having to open it because of the dice? Did you list what color the dice was when you took it?
Yes, I did.
So can you tell me, it's the 3 dices, can you tell me what colors they were when you?
They're red, blue, and blue.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 86, 87, and 88 into evidence as well.
They are admitted.
And 124, the clothing we were talking about that we saw a picture of as well. Is that states exhibit 124?
Yes, it is.
And you collected that as well. That's the one you said you tested, correct?
I took swabs from it and then sent to GBI.
State moves to admit 124 as well, Judge.
Was that the clothing or the swabbing? Just the clothing?
Just the clothing.
Okay, thank you. No objection.
Clothing is admitted, 124.
I'm going to show you what is 134 as well. You said you collected all the projectiles, the shell cases of projectiles from the scene that were there, the 11 shell casings. Is that what is in States Exhibit 134?
Yes, ma'am.
That was also on scene with all the placards.
Yes, it was.
State moves to admit 134 into evidence.
No objection.
134 is admitted.
Now, after you collected all the evidence and you took pictures, what did you do after that?
Well, the shell casings and projectiles were given to investigator DeMeester for CID. As far as the other evidence, they were all packaged individually and they were submitted to GBI for DNA analysis.
And when you packaged it, did you yourself take them to GBI or do you put them in a secure
Well,
locker?
we have a storage locker inside the CSI unit. And then usually it's like on this one, it's next business day. We have a driver that drives it to GBI.
And
But I
it's,
didn't personally take it to GBI.
but it's secure when it's taken
Yes,
there.
it is secure.
And the seal is not, as you said, it's sealed pretty tight. So you seal all of it pretty tight.
Yes, the seal is always, I initial the red evidence tape seal so no one else can open it.
And when you took the shell casings, did you note the caliber of the shell casings or you just put 11 shell casings when you took them?
According to them, it says it's 40 caliber. So the shell cases are 40.
And you are the one that wrote that.
No, I believe the APD, the crime lab actually wrote that.
And after you worked the scene that night, what else did you do?
Went back to the office, conducted my preliminary report, and also go over that. I have to go through every single photo, and then I have to label all the photos of what was taken.
Was that the extent of your involvement in this crime scene, or did you go to any other crime scenes as related to this case?
That was the only crime scene I went to.
I don't have any other questions. Judge.
How long did it take to do all that bagging and writing up of everything? You make it like, I went back to the office for 5 minutes.
I'll be straight over you. This took a long time. I think I worked over 20 hours that day.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a long day.
It's a lot of pieces. Ms. Primovic, do you have questions for Officer Ma now at Milton PD?
I do. I'm gonna need the photographs from you.
Okay. This is not. Oh. I'll put it in there.
I'm gonna ask you to be popped up on the screen. I appreciate that. No worries. If you could put States Exhibit 6 on the screen for me, please. Sir, so when you're out there taking photographs, what large lights do you have? Because I see reflections off of things. What
Okay,
do you use to take pictures?
On that instance, I had a Canon flash, so I didn't use any external lights.
Okay, I want to show you States Exhibit 6, if it's up, when it's up. Thank you very much. I see there's a reflection off the do not enter. That's a pretty powerful flash you have.
Yes, it's a $1,000 flash Canon.
Okay,
It was a really good flash.
so that shoots. No worries. So that reflection off the do not enter is from the flash from your camera on number 6.
Yes, I believe so.
You see you see it there up on the right, how there's a reflection? Are you seeing? This thing right here, how it reflects a little bit brighter. Is that from a light reflects on those, right? And then they show up and you can really read them.
Like, that's
yeah.
not an illuminated sign. That do not enter sign
No,
doesn't.
it's from my flash.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. And so when headlights hit it, right, you can see it just the same way, right? That's why
Right.
they're made that way. Correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So when you took all of these pictures down Bell Street, you had this $1,000 flash.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in States 11, find that for me, I appreciate it. We can see your flash shooting off the window. Is that your flash shooting off the window?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to States Exhibit, the photo number 20, please. So you said earlier that you took some blood samples from the scene. Number 20, yeah, right there. Did you take samples from there?
I did take samples. I'm not sure if that was the exact location for the
Okay.
samples.
Okay, so you took 3 samples
Yes, I did.
from your report,
Yes.
but your report doesn't say where it came from. Like, I took a sample, next to the restaurant. I took a sample on the intersection of Auburn and Bell, right? You just said I took 3 blood samples.
Yes, there's also markers next to the samples where I took the location.
Okay,
So we
but
gotta-
where does that correlate? Where in your report does it say I took marker, just make up a name, 12, and this relates to this blood sample?
That would be on the crime scene, like the map that I didn't,
You didn't do the
Draw.
map though, did you?
no, I did not do the map.
Okay. There's a diagram, right?
There is a
Made.
diagram.
Okay, so And there are markers next on that diagram.
Yes, there is.
Okay. Where is your report that says marker 15 is my blood swabbing? Do you have that report? Because I don't.
I don't have it right here in front of me. It'll be labeled where all the photos I took.
Okay.
So
Okay,
I
so I'm
want to
going to
make sure
show
I'm
you.
clear. Stop for 1 second. So I'm clear, Officer Ma. You didn't create the crime scene diagram, but you did create a report that documents where you were when you took pictures? Or am I misunderstanding?
So the way the system used to work is like every time there's a photo comes up, you'll have like a caption underneath the photo. I know it's in a perfect world, I would be the person doing the diagram, but back then Atlanta, it was a little bit different. So
Officer, maybe obviously not explaining myself. Let me hand you as part of your crime scene evidence. It's 88 stamped, and it's June 17, 2013.
You showed it to Ms. Ocom?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
02, it says 6/13/14. It says 3 swabbings of reddish. Okay, but it doesn't say where in all these pictures
Right.
that you got this. Correct?
right.
Okay, so do you have a report that says I got a swabbing of blood splatter number 17?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. So these 3 swabbings of reddish blood, we don't know where it came
We do. There's markers next to it.
from. Okay, and could you tell me from here what marker it is?
Well, that sheet you have is what the submission evidence was to the GBI. So it would not be on that one. It would be on a different sheet.
Okay, what sheet would that be?
It's the sheet I don't have in hand, but
Is it on the diagram that you did make?
it'll be on the diagram and it also would be on the caption of the photos I took.
Yeah.
While you're looking for that question, Officer Ma, I thought you had said that the swabbings came from the clothing of which we've seen pictures and it's 124. Am I mistaken that you said?
I may have missaid. The clothing was actually sent to GBI, but the swabbings came with my memory, was from the floor.
Blood on a surface or the ground, not blood on clothing.
Like I said, it's been 9 years. To my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
I'm going to show you that what has not been marked and not in evidence yet, but I want you to see if this is the diagram that you were talking about, that you used.
If it's not in evidence, we shouldn't show it to the
Okay,
jury.
Let me show you.
Here, I'll show. You can take my computer up there.
If everyone agrees it's coming in, you could publish it. You could publish it conditionally.
Right. This is for you to help explain to us how you marked the 3 blood stains. So you didn't do this, right? But this is what you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on this, there are blood stains that are marked. Right?
Can you zoom?
I can't.
Thank you.
Number 14 is a blood splatter. Number 54 is a blood splatter. Number 23 is a blood splatter. So where is the report that matches 14, 23, and 54 to what you collected?
I don't have a report that specifically says what you're describing.
Okay, so you said earlier that you submitted something that matches with the little yellow markers.
Yes.
Okay, and in 14, and all these numbers are the little yellow markers that we saw in your photographs, right?
Right.
Okay, so how do we know what of your samples came from number 14?
Well, it's labeled on the placard when I picked it up, so it should be packaged.
So when it's packaged,
1 second.
That would be,
Millen.
115, sir, is the 3 swabbings of red stains.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. So what do we have on there?
So I have a description saying 3 swabbings of reddish stains, marker 14, 23, and 54.
Say that one again?
So it's clearly labeled on the bag, marker 14, 23, and 54.
Okay, so what ones, are they the swabbings? Could you open it up and see if the swabbings are marked?
Sure. What was the exact question again?
Where was that swabbing picked up from?
Okay, this one, label 54, one's labeled 14,
Okay,
and one's labeled 23.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
So you had those sent to the lab to find out whose blood was in these places, correct?
Yes, ma'am, to GBI.
Okay, and did you get a GBI? Do you know what GBI came back on? Whose blood was 14, whose blood was 23, and whose blood was 54?
No, I don't get those reports. It actually, I believe it went back to investigator Demeester.
Okay,
The CID.
so you submit everything. The Meester decides what goes to GBI, or do you decide what goes to GBI?
We decide.
Okay. And you decided to send these 3 things to GBI?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Excellent. Did the person who did the diagrams, to your knowledge, the person who did the diagrams, are they with you at the same time? You guys are working the crime scene? At the
Yes,
same
we
time?
are together.
Okay. One question. You stated that you swabbed the clothing. I'm gonna look at.
No, I misspoke on that. Like I said, I believe I submitted the clothing to GBI.
Okay, okay,
I apologize.
no worries. So you sent the whole clothing to GBI,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
that's number 124,
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
All right, let me double check. Yes, 124.
Okay. Did you ever go back out to the scene days later?
No, I did not.
Did you go to any other scene, any other guns?
No, I did not.
Is this the only scene you went to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir, very much.
Ms. Ocam, any follow-up?
Nothing on those, Judge.
Okay, jurors, questions for Officer Ma?
Good, you gotta recharge. That's it.
I have to go by like Staples tonight. Oh, we can get the, that's, people can write in crayon. All right. All right, you all can be at ease for a sec, counsel. Can you spell your last name?
Is M and Mike, A and Alpha.
Right there on your shirt. All right, thank you. Did you have anyone helping you process the scene that early morning? I know there are lots of officers, but did you have a CSI sidekick?
I believe I did. It's like I said, I want to say there's two of them. I don't remember their name.
Would they have been officers on patrol there, or would have been people from your unit?
People from my unit.
Okay. But you were designated as the crime scene tech for that scene.
Yes, sir.
They'd be operating under your direction.
Yes.
Okay. For all the evidence bags that you have been asked to identify, somewhere your initials or your badge number or something is on them?
Yes, they are.
Okay. The clothing that we saw in a photo, and I think it's 124, were you able to link that clothing to the name of anyone connected to this case?
That wouldn't be my job, but I
don't want you to tell the jurors what you were told. If that's not your job, you can explain why that's not your job.
That'd be investigator Demeesters.
Okay. You collected a number of shell casings. Were they all 40 caliber shell casings, or did you collect shell casings of multiple calibers? If you know.
Remembrance, like I basically collected all the shell casings, and the shell casings were actually given to investigator Demeester.
So he'd be the one, you're putting a lot on his shoulders.
Yeah.
To say there was a 9mm, there was a 40, there was a 380, whatever the answers might be. Not you, but Demeester.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Can you tell us again the three numbers? Can we put the unadmitted crime scene sketch, please, that right now is a demonstrative? And then no gloves, because I'm gonna need you to use the screen. You don't have to mess with the actual things. If you could put it up when you get a chance, Ms. Russell, and then magnify the area with all the numbers. And as long as you remember, Officer Ma, what the three numbers were for where you took the swabbings, I'm gonna ask you, this is a touch screen. If you'll tap the screen once, and then in the lower left-hand corner, a little circle with a pencil in it's gonna come up. Just tap the screen anywhere, and then see that, tap that circle way over in the left-hand corner. Tap it. Great. Now your finger is a a red pen, if you could circle the 3 locations for those 3 numbers that you gave for the swabbings. And call out the numbers too, please. Do you need glasses?
No, I can see it's a lot of numbers.
It is a lot of numbers.
3. Looking for 14.
It's like an advent calendar.
Finding Waldo.
We did 14's potentially way over on the side near the fire hydrant. Just as a clue.
54. You got 54. And then you say the fire.
What was the last number?
23, 54, and I'm looking for 14.
14's all by itself over by the fire hydrant. Maybe. If you look, it looks like a ladder. There's this like ladder on its side. Oh, it may be blocked by that. You've got a little control panel there. I don't know how to make that disappear. So.
Oh, there you go.
There you go, 14.
I never saw that.
That's okay. It was covered up. So those are the 3 locations of placards that would represent blood from which you took a swabbing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Ocom, do you have any questions for Officer Ma based on that?
No.
Okay. Ms. Primovic?
No, thank you, sir.
Officer Ma, thank you for your time.
Okay,
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take like a 3-minute break so that Ms. Russell can get all this stuff off the witness stand. If you need to use the restroom quickly, feel free to do it. Otherwise, you can just sort of stand up and move around. And if you need to use that 3-minute break, I'd do that, Ms. Ocom. I'll take the scissors. Thank you.
I'm sorry? Yes, I do. You need to reset?
I guess you might as well step out. So it'll be a 5-minute break.
So these.
That's okay.
These 2 are the ones.
I was just going to have them sit tight while they clean all that up. Unless someone needed to use the restroom. Gotcha, you're good.
Yeah.
Just go for it. You're good. Ms. Russell, who's the next witness?
That is,
Can we get Turner headed this way?
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you good or did you need a break? You're good? Okay. Thank you for getting all that. And no rest for the weary if you'd stop screen sharing once you're done with all that. Are you Officer Turner? Great, you can come on up. We'll swear you in just a second. Is Mr. Beard working his way back?
He's leg out.
Okay. You can take a seat. We'll get you to stand back up when we swear you in. We just need to get everyone in place. Thank you. Ms. Ocom, you ready for Officer Turner?
Yes, Judge.
Great. We are missing one juror. Here he comes. Looking refreshed. Please don't vault over the ledge. All right, Mr. Turner, if you'd stand up, I'm gonna have Deputy Gordon swear you in.
You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
You know, and have a seat. State, spell your name for the record.
My name is Alfred Turner, ALFRED TURNER.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Turner. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Can you tell us where you work, please?
I work for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
In what capacity, sir?
I'm a crime scene supervisor.
What's a crime scene supervisor do?
Well, I have a team of crime scene investigators who work crime scene, go out and take photographs, collect evidence, and actually go to court and testify against the cases that they work.
And are you still also currently a?
Hold on one second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the microphone unfortunately doesn't slide, it'll bend, but your chair with no wheels, if you pull real hard, will get you closer and then just get close to the microphone. Thank you.
Okay.
Use your supervisor's voice.
And last question was, what does a crime scene tech supervisor do? You said you responded, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. And so the next question is, were you also a crime scene tech as well at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you get training to become a crime scene tech?
Yes.
And how long have you been crime scene tech / supervisor?
Actually, March would be 30 years.
Okay. And what is your current shift right now?
I work morning watch, which is 11 p.m. to 7 in the morning.
I apologize. That means you haven't had any sleep.
Right.
Okay. Okay. So take you back to 2014, where you were a crime scene tech at the time?
Yes.
Okay. How did you get involved with this murder case?
Well, it was it was a follow-up to a homicide. And I was actually called out on the scene the next day, I believe.
Okay. And who called you out on the next day?
Detective DeMeester.
And why were you called out the next day?
Stated that he had located some evidence at the power plant, Georgia power plant.
And what evidence did you locate?
I located a handgun in the on some gravel in the park. I guess it's like a lot.
Okay. Were you the one that actually took the pictures?
Yes.
And then you took the weapon?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of weapon it was?
I believe it was a 38 handgun.
Okay. Was it a revolver?
Yes, it was a revolver.
Your gun is safe and it's empty and it's locked.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what is marked as 139 and 140. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this the gun collected from the power plant?
Yes, it is.
And this was at the direction of Detective Denise.
Yes.
And so where was the casings inside the gun?
Yes.
And so you were the one that separated out the gun from the casing.
Yes.
And why do you do that?
What we do is we separate them so that when we send it to ballistics, they will actually have them so they can do their work with it.
Your Honor, statement to admit states exhibits. Do you also note how many casings you get from the weapon?
Yes, we usually put it on the little bag that we have with the weapon.
And does that say how many it's on there?
Yes, it says 638 specials.
And what type of weapon is this?
That is a 38 Taurus. It's a Ruger.
Okay, it's a Ruger.
Mhm.
And so is the GBI, when it's taken, you take off, you separate it and take it all and send to them.
Right.
Your Honor, the statement submit says exhibit 139 and 140 and also to publish.
Any objection to the admission of 139 and 140? They're admitted. You may publish.
I'm not gonna point it, but. Wait. So you collect it and you put it in evidence. Is that the extent of what you did that day?
Yes.
Okay. Were you called by Detective Meester to do anything else?
Yes, he also wanted me to process the vehicle in our homicide cage.
Okay. What do you mean by processing a vehicle?
Process a vehicle could, what I did that day was I took photos of the damage to the vehicle, inside and outside of the vehicle. And I also collected some projectiles that were in the passenger side door frame.
Okay. And did you take pictures of this?
Yes.
Would you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
Believe it was a white Bonneville.
Let me show you 179 through 189. You look at that and tell me if you recognize them and if these are the pictures you took.
Yes.
The state moves to admit 179 through 189 and to publish them as well.
No objection.
179 through 181, or was it a higher number than that?
It was 189.
189, I'm sorry. Okay, great. They're all admitted.
And when you get a vehicle, when you say you process it, what do you do while you're processing?
Usually it can go to the extent of printing a vehicle, collecting items from inside the vehicle, collecting blood if it's in the vehicle, or hair fibers and things like that.
And this is the vehicle you process, right?
Yes.
Okay. And was it towed from the crime scene?
I'm not sure if it was, but I know it was in our homicide cage.
And when you say homicide cage, is that the homicide office?
No, actually the homicide cage is located at the area where I work at.
And where is that?
And that's on Donnelly Hollowell.
Okay. And back to, you said when you went to collect the revolver that was on at the power plant, was that in Fulton County?
Yes.
Okay. And next photo, please. Next photo. And you were talking about projectiles. Is this what we're looking at in 181?
Yes, it is.
And did you manually have to remove them?
Yes, I had to.
Next. And this was the car like that when you came with the shattered window into the seats?
Yes.
Next, please. And what are we looking at? If the car is parked, that's the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
Next picture, please. So all of the glass that was broken was on the passenger side, which would be the right side, not the driver's side.
That's correct.
Next picture, please. Next picture, and go back, please. And this was this reddish stain that seems to be a reddish stain. Did you swab that, or Did you just take a picture of it?
I believe I swabbed it, but I'm not necessarily sure.
And this was also, you took a picture of this that was inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Next picture, please. And you were talking about fragments. These were the fragments. You said, was that from the other prior picture we just looked at? That's what you pulled out?
Yes.
After you processed the vehicle, you took the gun from the power plant. Did you do anything else as a crime scene investigator in this case?
I think we had another location off of Auburn Avenue. It's like it's near the cart, what is it, the train cart. And yes, a little trolley cart that rides on the street.
So the electronic cart that rides on the street?
Right. It's,
go ahead.
they have like a little office over there, and I was called over there to collect a item from over there.
And what was the item you were called over to collect from over there?
It was the magazine.
Okay, the magazine. I'm going to show you what is being marked. It's 174 through 177. You take a look at that and tell me those, you recognize that, and that's the pictures you took.
Oh, yes, it is.
Your Honor, state moves to admit 174 through 177. I'm sorry, 178.
174 through 178 are admitted.
And all of this, these three locations, well, apart from when you told, when the car, you said it was at APD, the homicide cage. What was the distance between where you found the revolver in the power plant and this where you found the magazine?
This location right here is off of Auburn Avenue.
If I put up
It's
if I put up a map, would that help?
It's probably maybe 200 yards, maybe,
From where?
from the location where we found the other handgun.
Okay, so they were close in proximity.
Right.
Okay. And you just go next. Next. And so that's the magazine, right?
Yes.
And is that what State's Exhibit 138 that's going to be admitted into evidence?
No.
That's a different magazine.
Yeah, that's a different one.
And after you collected all of this evidence, did you give all of it to just Detective Demista?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you go to the next slide? Next one. So you went to 2 crime scenes and you processed the vehicle.
Yes.
Did you do anything else in regards to this homicide?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Primovic, questions for Officer Turner?
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. When you were over at the Georgia Power Plant, did anyone make a little diagram how far the gun was from the wall, how far the gun was from, a fixed point, triangulated, where that gun was in relation to that large property?
If they did, it wasn't when I was there.
Okay, you did.
I didn't do it.
Okay, you took pictures, collected it, and moved on.
Yes.
Okay. So we don't know how far away the gun was from Jesse Hill,
No.
or how far the gun was from Bell Street.
Right.
Okay, it was just in the giant vastness of the power plant property.
Correct.
Okay. And when you were over there at Georgia Power, and you took some pictures of some surveillance cameras that's on the property of Georgia Power, correct? I have your report if you need your memory refreshed. You need your memory refreshed?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Let me show you the report. That will refresh your memory.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day, when you were over there collecting the revolver, you saw some surveillance videos on the Georgia Power property, correct?
Yeah. Cameras. The cameras.
Okay, and you took some pictures?
Yes.
Okay. Did y'all get the surveillance video when you were out there?
I didn't, but the detectives may have, but I didn't.
You did?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, may I just briefly?
Yes.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 89. You said the projectiles that were from the vehicle. Are these the projectiles that were collected from the vehicle?
Can I open it? Yeah. Okay, yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 89 into evidence as well.
8-9?
8-9.
Yes.
No objection.
8-9 is admitted.
No further questions from the state judge.
All right, Mr. Primovic, anything about Exhibit 8-9?
No, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, any questions for Officer Turner? Oh, all right. Thank you, sir, for your time. Appreciate it. You can leave all the documents there. Just take your hat and your mask and go get some sleep.
All right, thank you.
State calls.
Yes, ma'am.
State calls Detective Scott to be, sir.
So Ms. Okam, the jurors have committed to be here till 6. I know you won't finish with Detective DeMeester's testimony. I'll start bugging you as we get close to 6 about a natural break point. But if you know you've hit one in the structure of your direct examination, just let me know.
Okay.
I'm not accusing anyone of anything. Just need to have that stop beeping. Not even looking at any jurors. Hold on one second, Detective. Is everything okay?
Yes.
Okay. No, just want to make sure everything's all right.
Do you swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth,
Yes, I swear.
Please spell your name correctly.
My name is Scott Demeester. My first name is spelled Scott. My last name is spelled Demeester.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Detective, can you tell us where you are employed?
I work for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what is your current position?
I am a detective and I'm assigned to the homicide unit.
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer?
21 years.
And was all of that at Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, it was. There is.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
13 years.
So when did you first become a homicide detective?
March of 2010.
And did you receive any special training to become a homicide detective?
Well, when I first was assigned to homicide, I was sent to a homicide school down in Miami, Florida. And since then, I've received several fields of interest of training all over the Southeast in the 13 years I've been in the homicide unit.
I'm going to need you to speak up, please. I'm having trouble, so I know Ms. Primovic is probably having trouble as
Sorry.
well. So just a little bit louder. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
And Madam Court Reporter might be. So just, it doesn't project, so you have to. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you received all of that training as a homicide detective?
Yes.
Okay. And how many homicide cases would you say ballpark that you've been the lead on?
Probably in the 80s as the lead detective.
So tell me, what is a lead detective as opposed to other detectives in a homicide case?
So the best way that I describe how the homicide unit operates is like a baseball pitching rotation or softball pitching rotation. There's on average between 20 to 25 homicide detectives throughout the years. If you are on top of the rotation or the number one in the rotation, regardless of the day, the time, if you're on duty, off duty, birthday party, doesn't matter. The next criminal homicide or death investigation that occurs in the city of Atlanta, you get called in, you're the lead detective assigned to the case, and then you get sent down to the bottom of the rotation, and you do not get assigned another case until everybody else is assigned a case. So it's obviously varied over the years. Our homicide rate has skyrocketed the last couple of years. We went from around 90 a year now up to 170. So on average, about every 3 to 4 weeks, we would get a new homicide. I no longer am in the homicide rotation. I was taken out of the homicide rotation back in 2016. Since then, I've worked primarily on cold cases and any sort of high profile or complex investigation that occurs in Atlanta.
So would you call that a promotion that you got?
I guess you can consider it in-house. I don't have to get up in the middle of the night anymore unless it's something real crazy.
Okay. And back in 2014, did the homicide rotation work the same way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So for this case, your number was up, so you got called in.
Yes.
All right. So tell me about what time you arrived on scene for this homicide.
I was off duty at the time, and I was called a little bit after 5 o'clock in the morning, and I arrived on scene around 6 o'clock in the morning.
And when you say scene, where was this scene you arrived at?
The physical address of the building that it occurred next to was 240 Auburn Avenue, but the incident primarily occurred on Bell Street.
And is that in Fulton County?
It is.
That's in Atlanta?
It is.
Okay, Georgia.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you arrived, what was the first thing you did when you arrived on scene?
Just took a visual of the scene, everything from the weather conditions to what I observed. That the crime scene was secured. There was several marked Atlanta police vehicles with their blue lights illuminated, yellow crime scene tape, uniformed Atlanta police officials securing the crime scene. And I made contact with officers on scene, crime scene technician on scene, and supervisors on scene.
And what was the scene like? Tell me. Were there people around? What was going on at that 5 o'clock in the morning when you arrived?
It was like I said, it was around 6 o'clock in the morning, so it was still dark out. It was a weekday, so there wasn't a lot of people out and about outside of obviously the police officials. It was still dark out. It was June.
So it was, if I remember correctly, it was mostly cloudy out. Temperature was in the low 70s. It had rained out previously, so there was, I noted, standing water along the side of the road from previous rain. But that particular area is right next to the downtown connector. So it was relatively well lit, and the streetcar was constructed going through that area, and the streetcar had not been started yet, but the tracks had been laid, and the streetcar headquarters was right around the corner. So that it was relatively well lit area.
Okay. What kind of area was this area?
So Auburn Avenue, it's a historic area. Most of you may be familiar with it. Martin Luther King Jr. Historical site is right down the street. Ebenezer Baptist Church is all right on the other side of the downtown connector. For those that drive the downtown connector right around the Grady curve, you'll see the one building that has the John Lewis mural on the side of it. It's been there for years. It happened right there near that building. It's just a couple blocks from Grady Memorial Hospital. Georgia State University is right there at Auburn Avenue and Piedmont and Cortland. So it's right along the downtown connector, just west of the downtown connector.
And is this a high crime area, high drug area at all?
So yes, unfortunately, that area is prone for a lot of violence historically, a lot of drug sales, drug usage. We've had several homicides in that area over the years. Prostitution, robberies, shootings, a lot of homelessness in that area. So yes, unfortunately, it's historically a very violent area.
And so when you got to the scene, did you know what had happened when you got there?
The preliminary information was that multiple people were shot and transported to Grady from that location, and that one of the victims that had been shot had been pronounced deceased soon after the arrival at Grady. So it was obviously going to be a homicide investigation. So I was number one in the homicide rotation. So I was woken up and got ready and went into work.
And did you, when you arrived at 5 o'clock in the morning, when you got there, did you do anything on scene? Did you look around? Did you figure out if there was any items of evidence that were important in this case?
Yeah, so I was briefed on where the incident had occurred and where the gunshot victims had been located. It was a block of Bell Street between John Wesley Dobbs and Auburn Avenue, but closer to Auburn Avenue. So that area was, as I described, secured and coordinated off with crime scene tape and patrol cars and uniform officers. So crime scene technician Ma was already there. Supervisors were already on scene, so they kind of gave me a briefing on what they had observed. But yes, I did my own visual walk through the crime scene to see what, if anything, I could see that maybe they had missed.
Okay, so what did you see? What did you note as you walked through the scene?
Yes, I mean, we were out there for several hours. We found some cartridge casings, some projectiles, some bloody clothes, cigarette butts, empty liquor bottles, several other items that could potentially yield DNA or fingerprints. There were several cars parked. Bell Street, it's a one-way street going southbound from John Wesley Dobbs. So most all the vehicles are parked on the right-hand side of the street. That's actually a picture. Can I write on this? Okay.
Yeah, if you tap the screen
Okay.
once, there should be a little circle that shows up in the lower left-hand corner.
Yep,
It's like a
got it.
pencil.
Yep.
Now you're a human pen.
All right. So this is Bell Street traveling southbound. This is the downtown connectors over to your right here.
You're off one. Bell Street is the one over.
So you don't need to tell him how to testify, but you can ask him
Oh
questions
yeah, I
about things.
apologize. Where's the eraser? How do I clear it?
You did it.
Oh, I did. Okay, look at that. All right. Yeah, so I apologize. Bell Street is actually right here. It's a one-way street. And this is the downtown connector over here to your right. So when I arrived, I actually had to travel around because they had the street blocked off by patrol cars. So I had to drive around, and I parked in front of this building right here, which is 240 Auburn Avenue. But all of the majority of the evidence that we located was in this general vicinity right here, primarily on the left side of the street. There were, if I remember correctly, there were 6 cars that were parked along the left side of the street. And the majority of the evidence was located on the sidewalk between the parked vehicles and this building. And behind this building was a Georgia Power substation, and it's elevated above street level. So yeah, we couldn't see over the wall.
And when you arrive and scene and you see all of that, did you see anything else that caught your attention while you're still at the crime scene at that time?
Just all the ballistics evidence, some bloody clothing, some medical intervention items, a lot of items that, could potentially yield DNA. At the time, we didn't know any information on a possible suspect. So we're looking for any items that could potentially help us identify who may have been present when this incident occurred, or anybody that may potentially be a suspect or a person of interest. I remember one of the vehicles, it was a white Pontiac Bonneville. The driver's side door was ajar. One of the windows appeared to have been broken out, and looked like there was a bullet hole in the vehicle. And then we can see inside the vehicle, it looked like there may have been some blood in the vehicle. And we found some bloody clothing behind the car. So we weren't sure at that time if that vehicle was involved or not. So we had that vehicle towed from the scene to be processed at a later date.
And what about, did you check to see if there were any cameras or any surveillance cameras in the area at the time?
Yes, we did. I noticed that there was one camera on the exterior of 240 Auburn Avenue, and there was a camera that was set up that was supposed to be, or eventually it was going to be to monitor the streetcar, but that light was not operational. That was actually, that was owned and operated by us, but it was not operational yet. And I was told that the video was not recording at 240 Auburn Avenue.
So you try to see if you get any video, you were unable to get any video.
Correct.
Was that, so after what else did you do at the crime scene that morning before you left?
Worked alongside crime scene tech Ma. He photographed all of the items of evidentiary value. I took all the ballistics evidence. I believe he took all of the other evidence, to include all of the cigarette butts and liquor bottles and cans and bloody clothing. And nobody came forward to us that I recall when we were out there on the crime scene that morning.
So were there people watching, or nobody was watching?
Honestly, I don't recall anybody. I mean, the crime scene was pretty expanded. The crime scene started, or the crime scene tape started at Auburn at Bell, and we were down the block, probably about 100 yards. And we were there for several hours processing that crime scene. So I don't recall anybody watching us. And nobody came forward, to me at least, saying that they saw anything or heard anything.
And was there a crime scene diagram done of the scene?
Yes, there was.
And so did you see where all of these items were?
Yes.
And when the crime scene diagram was done, was that in conjunction with crime scene technician Ma?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what we've already seen as demonstrated as State Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that what the crime scene looked like, and all of those placards amount to things that were taken from the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves to admit State Exhibit 4 at this time.
No objection.
No objection. It is admitted.
And so you have evidence markers where were all sort of the shell casings located?
They were primarily, obviously, this sidewalk wasn't that wide, and this is not to scale, by the way, because the sidewalk is definitely not that wide. So my memory serves me correct. The ballistics evidence, the cartridge casings and projectiles were all in the area, primarily on the sidewalk and along these vehicles that were parked on the left side of the street.
And were they all sort of grouped together in the same area, all the shell casings?
Yes, they were like not literally on top of each other, but they were in close proximity to each other. Yes.
And so you collected all of the shell casings?
So crime scene tech Ma photographed all those items. He collected and packaged them and provided them to me. Yes.
So if we look at 34 and 35, so this is sort of a image of, this is a 3D image, well, not 3D, this is a picture of the 2D image you just saw, like the area of the crime scene. So can you sort of tell us where all of the shell cases were located? In what area did they seem to be using 34?
Sure. So number 4 is a Smith & Wesson 40 caliber cartridge casing right here. Number 5 was a projectile.
Projectile as in a
A
bullet.
fired bullet. Yes, a fired bullet was number 5. Number 6, number 7, number 8, and number 9, all around around this muddy water here, were 40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge casings. So the semi-automatic handguns, when you fire them, the shell casings, we call them cartridge casings, eject out of the firearm. That's when I refer to a cartridge casing. That's what I'm describing.
Can you put 35 on this too? Thank you. So now we're looking at 35. Tell us where, if you see more shell casings as well.
Number 2, between the two cars, was also a 40 caliber cartridge casing. And number 10 is also a 40 caliber cartridge casing.
If you put up. Yes. Are there any shell casings on this one as well?
25, 26, 27. No, number 8, which I believe was on the other picture, but number 8 and number 7 were both 40 caliber cartridge casings.
So all the casings, were they all of the same caliber?
Yes, all of the cartridge casings were of the same caliber, 40 caliber, yes.
And when we looking at the pictures, there seems to be water.
Yes.
In sort of the area. Was that how we looked? Obviously, that's how we looked. Did that affect you collecting or not collecting evidence based on some places seem to have like a, pool of water, body of water?
Yes, we tried our best. Obviously, it was very dirty and murky water. We tried our best to look in it. And actually, I'm sure we'll get to it later, but I went back out to this location on several occasions. On one other occasion, I went out there and the water had receded, and I found an additional 40 caliber cartridge casing in the area of where this water was on the morning of the homicide.
Now that you mentioned that, I'm gonna show you what is remarked as State's Exhibits 126 through 131. We'll look at that as well.
Yes, this is familiar.
Okay, and so you were talking about you went the next day. Was that the next day when you went back?
I believe it was, I don't recall the exact day, but I believe it was a couple days later after.
Would June 6th be accurate?
That sounds about right. That would have been 3 days after, yes,
And you said you saw additional evidence that you collected.
correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibits. 126 through
131.
131.
Any objection to 126 through 131? Admitted.
Permission to publish as well, Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this is the same crime scene, correct?
Same crime scene, different day. Yes, ma'am.
And this teddy bear was not there on the day of the murder, correct?
No, ma'am, it was not.
And is this typical in your experience as a homicide detective for 13 years for sort of beers and flowers to be left at the scene of a homicide?
Yes, it's common for family and friends to set up a memorial in the area. Yes, ma'am.
So you went back and then you said you found some more items.
Correct.
And what did you find?
Found an additional 40 caliber cartridge casing and one fired bullet or projectile.
I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 9090. And that's what's on 128, correct? If you look at the photo as well, in State's Exhibit 128, the photo.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And is that, Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 90 into evidence.
Any objection to 90? Admitted.
So we'll go back again, not June 6th, back to June 3rd, while you're still on the crime scene. So the body of water has still not completely receded in 128.
Correct.
Back to June 3rd, when you're at the crime scene. So you've collected the evidence and the map shows where all of the casings were. What else did you do at the crime scene before you left?
Just photographed it, a not to scale drawing, canvassed the area, and then went to the hospital, Grady Hospital afterwards.
Before you went to Grady Hospital, did you know how many actual people had been shot in their names?
I was led to believe there were a total of 5 people that were shot. I don't recall if I received all of their information while I was there at the scene, but I know once I went to Grady, I received all of the person's shots, biographical information.
Okay, so why don't you tell me? You said 5 people were shot. Tell me the 5 people that were shot.
Solomon Bala was shot. Dexter Beard was shot. Lee Bailey was shot. Cedric Jeffries was shot, and Benny Martin was shot.
I know you keep looking down at something. What is that you're looking at?
Just some of my notes and my supplement.
Okay.
Refresh my memory.
All right. And is that something you routinely do as a homicide detective when you work a case? You put down notes?
Yes, especially one that happened, 8-9 years ago. Yes.
Okay. And so these notes were taken at the time the homicide actually happened.
Well, actually, these notes I did just in preparation for this trial to refresh my memory.
All right. And that's from the case file from 2014.
Correct.
Okay. So you find out all these 5 people are shot. You go to Grady.
Yes.
Before you get to Grady, already stated that you knew Mr. Belay was already dead, correct?
I was told somebody had died. I just didn't know who at that time.
So when you got to Grady, did you figure out who was dead?
Yes.
And that was who?
Solomon Bala.
So the other 4 individuals that were shot, what happened when you got to Grady?
I was told one of them, Dexter Beard, was in surgery. That Lee Bailey, Benny Martin, and Cedric Jeffries were there. I attempted to speak with Lee Bailey, I attempted to speak with Cedric Jeffries and Benny Martin, and another homicide detective attempted to speak with Lee Bailey there at the hospital while they were being treated.
So now let's first start with, so this is still June 3rd of 2014, correct?
Correct.
Okay. About approximately what time is it now?
Probably 9, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And let's start with Benny Martin. That's who you said you spoke to, correct?
Yes.
Let's start with Benny Martin. Were you able to speak to him?
I attempted to speak with him. He was heavily medicated and was not very coherent. So he could not really speak or articulate any sort of information when I spoke with him that morning.
And you also attempt to speak to Cedric Jeffries that morning as well.
Yes.
And where was he when you spoke to him?
At Grady Memorial Hospital.
How was his demeanor?
He was the one that I think he was shot in the finger.
Yes.
He was, he wasn't appeared to be medicated. He seemed to be in his right frame of mind. So I attempted to speak with him about what, if anything, he knew about what happened. And it was my understanding that he walked, pretty much self-transported himself to the hospital where the other 4 victims were transported via ambulance.
And when you spoke to Mr. Jeffries, was it in a hospital room? Was it outside?
No, he was in the hospital room, like on the hospital gurney.
Was he laying down, sort of hooked up to machines and things of that nature?
No, Benny Martin was, because he had a more serious gunshot wound. If I remember correctly, Cedric Jeffries was just sitting, hanging out, waiting to pretty much be discharged. He didn't have that very serious of an injury.
Okay. And did you see the injury?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe it to us?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was in his pinky finger. And it wasn't like the finger wasn't missing, but and I think it was more towards the tip of his finger, but it didn't seem like it was all that serious and that he would eventually make a full recovery.
Okay. And did you identify yourself before you spoke to him?
Yes, I did.
So tell me how you identified yourself. Did you just walk up to him? What did you do?
Yeah, I mean, I was suit and tie, wearing a lanyard just like this with my identification, identified myself and who I was and why I was there wishing to speak with him. My understanding, he was a victim of a gunshot wound. So wanted to see what, if any, information he could shed on how he got shot, who, what, when, where, why, and how.
And so he knew you were a homicide detective?
I believe so, yes.
No, well, did you say I'm a homicide detective?
I don't remember if I specifically said I was a homicide detective, but I said I was with Atlanta Police for sure, yes.
And how was his demeanor when you said, I'm Atlanta Police Department, I'm investigating the shooting? How was he when you were talking to him?
Nothing. I mean, I don't know him personally, but it didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. Anybody else that I've ever spoken with, he, seemed to be coherent. Didn't seem to be under, any sort of medication or anything. Seemed like, a normal guy.
And in your years of experience, have you run into people that are under the influence of, say, drugs/alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. And did he seem to you, in your experience as a detective, a homicide detective for 13 years and an officer for approximately 30 years, you said?
21.
21, I apologize. 21 years. Did it seem to you that he was under the influence of anything at the time?
He seemed, a little animated. He'd just been shot. But, not knowing him personally, didn't seem, I wouldn't say he wasn't under the influence of any alcohol or drugs, but I couldn't say for sure unless, he told me.
When you were asking him questions, did he seem to you like he understood what you were asking him?
Yes.
Were his responses in answer to your question? Did I say, do you understand what I'm asking, or should I rephrase that?
No, I understand.
Okay.
No, he seemed like he understood my questions and answered them, to the best of his ability.
And what sort of questions were you asking him then?
The who, the what's, the whens, the where's, the whys. What happened? Where were you? What do you recall happened? How did you get shot? Where were you? Who shot you? Just the basic questions we usually ask.
And this was a couple of hours after the incident occurred, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did he tell you?
If I remember correctly, he said that he was around the corner smoking crack cocaine when he heard gunshots and he took off running. He realized that he had been shot, so he went to walk to the hospital to seek treatment.
Did he tell you exactly what corner he was at before he got shot? When he realized he was shot and then took off running?
If I remember correctly, he said he was in the area of Armored Avenue and Bell Street when this gunshots rang out.
Okay. Did he tell you that he was, did he tell you who was there?
Can I refer to my notes on that? I don't believe he provided really any specifics that morning about who all may have been there, or why.
Did he tell you what was happening on Auburn and Bell Street before the shots happened?
I believe he said that there were people hanging out and gambling.
Did he tell you he was involved in the gambling?
I don't remember if he was that specific or not.
Did you ask him specific questions like who shot you?
I did, yes.
And what did he say when you asked him who shot you?
He didn't know.
He didn't know.
Yes.
Did he ask you specifics? I'm sorry. Did you ask him specifics of who was there?
I believe I did, yes.
And what did he say to you?
I do not recall him giving any specifics on who was there or anything like that.
So was he being cagey, as far as you know, or he just didn't know?
I mean, not knowing him personally, but I did feel like he was.
Sustained.
I rephrase the question. I'll move on. So did you ask him specifically if he was involved in the gambling?
I don't recall if I asked him that specific question. I just remember him not being able to provide, or he didn't provide much of any information at all.
Did you ask him how many people were there that were in the group?
I don't recall if he gave any sort of specifics on how many people were there gambling.
Let me ask you this. When you talked to him, did you record it?
Yes.
Okay. And was this audio recording?
Yes.
Okay. Is this typical as when you're a detective that you record every time you talk to anybody?
Yes.
And is that a standard practice?
Yes, it is.
So is it only I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. When you talk to people, do you record only the suspects or the witnesses, or do you record everybody you talk to?
Well, we try to record everybody.
So in this case, when you talk to somebody, you record it.
Correct.
So everybody you talk to, there's an audio recording correlating to the person you talk to.
Correct.
Do you tell them that you're recording them before you record?
Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
And so what type of device do you use when you're recording them?
Back then I had just a standard digital recorder.
So you recorded this interaction with Cedric?
Yes.
Did you ask him how many shots he heard?
I did. I don't remember if he was able to articulate how many shots. He just said he heard gunshots and took off running and soon realized that he had been shot and he walked to the hospital.
If I show you a transcript of the conversation when you asked him how many shots he heard, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Ms. Ocom, while Detective Demister is looking at that, we're getting close to 6. Will you be done with the Demister Jeffries interaction soon, or is that one, you take as much time as you need? Is that one that is another 30 minutes?
It's not another 30 minutes, but I think we can stop here and I can continue tomorrow. if That's okay.
Okay, let's have him answer this question.
And then I can stop. That's fine.
Okay.
Judge. So did he tell you how many shots he heard?
He said that it sounded like World War II.
Okay. Thank you. And I
All
will
right.
stop here.
Detective, I'm sorry we did not get through all of your testimony today. I appreciate you being available tomorrow as well. We will be back in session as close to 9 as we can get all our jurors here. So if you could be here a little before 9, we'll get back going again, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.